is a lifestyle. Sports cards and we live now. Jeremy Lee in the building and every guest that you ever needed. Sports cards after hours keep the hobby heated. Updates, hobby talk like you never seen it. Sports cards live and none could ever beat it. Sports cards is a lifestyle. Sports cards and we live now. Welcome to another episode of Sports Cards Live with your host, Jeremy Lee.
Here we go, everybody. What is going on? Welcome to the PWCC Premier Auction. The month is May. It is the 25th. My name is Jeremy Lee. Welcome, everybody, to the show. Want to let everyone know upcoming shows on Sports Cards Live. This Saturday, Sports Cards Live with Al G from Instagram. Nice collector-focused episode. And then on Sunday, we will be covering the hockey auctions with Josh Madigan from Hockey Cards Gong Show. Sunday night, covering the weekly hockey auctions on the PWCC Marketplace. And next Tuesday, Taking Stock episode 3 with Dennis Zender, PC with DPZ. That's what's coming up. Shout out to the Basketball Card Fanatic magazine. If you are not yet subscribed, check it out. Make sure you do so. Easily the nicest magazine going on in the hobby these days. As always, thank you to everyone for subscribing, listening, tuning in. Let's bring out our co-host for the evening, 2 years plus running, Mr. Adam Gray. What is going on? How are you on your favorite day of the month?
Man, you steal my thunder. That's my favorite thing to say too. It really is it's the most fun day of the month. I always love it. I always love hanging out with you and talking about cards. And it's fun. Just before we started the episode today, you said that maybe one of your, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but one of the cards that you don't like the most is my favorite card this auction. So hopefully we get to butt heads a little bit on it and go back.
Let's duke it out. Let's duke it out. It's, you and I have common taste on a lot of cards, but there's some cards we just don't. And that's what makes the hobby go around. That's what makes the hobby so interesting. And that's what makes it so much fun to get to know how other people collect and what they love. And so it's natural that we're not going to like everything the same. And the card that is your favorite, I look at it and I'm like, really? This card, like, really? But that's based on aesthetics. Cards can often have great importance and significance in our hobby, despite what they may look like. And even then, some people might love what they look like and some may not. So we're going to get to that. We'll get to that card. It's in the top row tonight. We have 182 items in the Premier, and this one that we're talking about right now is in the top row. Hello to GMAs. Hello, gentle people. Good evening to you. Anthony George says, what elephant in the room? I don't know what you're talking about, Anthony George. Todd McDonald, good evening. Good to see you. And Collector's Dream are the early people in the chat. The elephant in the room, PWCC. You see their logo right there. PWCC was acquired by Fanatics. That must be the elephant in the room that Anthony George was mentioning. And I mean, is it really an elephant? The news has made its way through the hobby. We all know we're still doing what we do here, Adam. We've been doing this over 2 years now. Once a month, we come on and we cover the Premier Auction. And to me, nothing's changed for how we're going to run this today. We're going to do what we do. And hopefully under new ownership, we're going to be able to continue to do what we do and love to do into the foreseeable future. Anything on that? Yeah, that's it, right?
No, well said. I totally agree. It's I haven't really noticed the difference. And maybe as the days turn into weeks and months, we'll feel some of those differences hit. But certainly today it's business as usual. And I'm with you, Jeremy. I love doing the show, and we've had so much fun over the last, I can't believe it's been 2 years, but yeah, it's been fantastic, and looking forward to doing this one and all of them in the future too.
Yeah, we're gonna keep on going. Gerald Fortier in the house. What is going on, Windy City? Good to see you as always. Deep Value Investor, what is up? And Loud Collector Phil is here. Good to see you guys, everyone that's joined. So Adam, here we go. Here's the auction. Here's the top row, and let's jump right in. We've got a LeBron Exquisite RPA BGS 8.5. Card is numbered out of 99. So the subs are right here. We don't even have to zoom in too much. We can, but 2 9.5s, an 8, and a 9.0. Let's actually take a look and see what that 8 subgrade. Ooh, it's really small. Okay, let's blow that up. The 8 is on corners, probably where I'd want my lowest grade to be on a Beckett slab, because I'm, as you know, and a lot of the viewers know, I'm all about surface and then centering, and then it's like corners and edges for me. So that's where I want the lowest. And if that was a little bit higher, this would definitely, it's probably 0.5 away from a 9, just to point that out. We have a nice 3-color patch, and the autograph looks really good. I can't imagine that that's graded any lower than a 10, but we should open that up and just take it. Let's open up that auction quick. And Adam, while I'm waiting for that to open, I mean, you know a lot of the card. Take a step behind. Still, it was a couple summers ago, like 1.7 million, and yeah, the autograph is graded at 10 as well, so that's nice to see. But Adam, what do you think of this card? It's sitting at $300,000, $360 with buyer's premium. I mean, is that, where are we right now in the hobby? What do you have any prediction where this thing might end?
So as we begin tonight, I might be the only one, but I am having a hard time hearing you. I was kind of chopping back and forth a little bit. Seemed a little bit like squeaky, and heard maybe half of what you were just saying, but I can see you just fine. I did hear most of what you said. I just want to let you know that. So the Exquisite LeBron is a card. It's a card that is, as far as the modern day goes, when we think about big time logo or big time autograph patches, RPAs, low numbered autograph type cards. It's one of really the cards across all sports. It's the very first big time RPA. It's just an absolutely huge card. And so when you think about prices on a card like this, we've seen the gamut, right? I remember the day, Jeremy. I remember the day when this card was a $20,000 card and people thought that was crazy. And then we saw it become over $1 million card. And now it's settled in something less than that. Our good friend Karn, as we know, who's going to be joining the show later, he purchased one of these a few months back and for somewhere around $500,000. And so how does this one compare to that one? I think it's the same grade. It's the same number of colors. And so, it'll be interesting to see where it ends, but it's definitely a litmus test for how the whole of the hobby is doing, especially in this specific realm. And so it's a great card that we're, I think, all excited to see how it does tonight.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but your voice is doing something really strange. It sounds like a little mechanical. So while Jeremy's talking, let me know, for everybody else who's in the chat, please let me know if it's just Jeremy that's having some of those technical issues. I would also add, Jeremy, that before you pulled up the picture, you sounded great. Something happened when you pulled up the picture where it went strange, but when you were on the normal one, it was weird. Or when you're on the normal view, it was normal for me. Tell me, everybody in the chat.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? They can hear you, Adam. They couldn't hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound different, but that works.
Hold on.
No, that's good. That's fine. You're fine like you are right now. You're fine. Now you're muted. Muted. When you came back on for a second, you were normal, and then you muted. So you're highlighting the card, which I'm grateful for, that I really want to talk about, which is the Michael Jordan USA card from 1996. So this is one of those cards that I remember hearing about maybe 2 or 3 times through the years. One time was when Nat Turner was able to buy one in 2018. He did a thread on Blowout. And so, if you're sitting at your computer right now, I would just say, go to Google, type in 1996 reflections of gold USA and on Blowout cards, and you'll find this thread by Nat Turner. And it's awesome because he said that there were 2 cards that he sought for forever to find. 2 Jordan cards. For those of you guys who don't know, he's got like the greatest Jordan collection in the world. And there were 2 cards that he could never find. It was this card and the PMG green. And that was it. Those were the 2 big ones. This card, when he finally found it, he posted to the Blowout Forum, and it's got this amazing story where it comes with a certificate of authenticity, and the guy who sold it to him didn't have the certificate. The guy who he bought it from had the certificate, and that guy reached out to Nat after Nat acquired the card and said, I'll send you the certificate. And Nat was like, thank you. And the guy was like, I'll do it only if you send me $2,500. So the guy tried to extort Nat for $2,500 just to get the certificate of authenticity. That's sort of this fun little story that goes alongside it. But what you really need to know about this card, Jeremy, is it's not pack inserted because it was a redemption card, but you could only get it through opening packs and getting the Jordan redemption. And the card is just exceedingly rare. There aren't that many of them. Finding any is next to impossible. And in researching this card for some content that PWCC did, or that I did on behalf of PWCC, I was only able to find 3 images of this card ever, like in the whole of the internet. So it is. It's one of the first autographs of Jordan. It's one of his only USA autographs. It's just an awesome card. But Jeremy, I know you don't love it as much. So tell me why you don't love it as much.
Well, first of all, am I heard right now? Okay. Yeah. I mean, when I look at this card, I don't think it's very nice. I mean, you've got this gold kind of bar down the side that just doesn't do anything for me. The jersey is pretty much blank. And I just don't like all the gold. The autograph is a little bit tough to see, but I understand how important it is nonetheless. And but yeah, I just don't think it's a pretty card. It's not a card that I would want to have on display and look at all the time. That said, I recognize that it's not always aesthetics that can make a card important and desirable. There are other reasons. The first, all those things that you were describing when I was trying to figure out my mic situation here, I'm like, yeah, those are important things. But at the end of the day, I want to love the card that I am buying. And but there are so many people, Adam, so many people who collect Jordan heavy and they want every card and they want, so this card is going to do fine. It'll always do fine. But I would find I would find places to put my money that would make me a lot happier with my collection.
Yeah. It certainly comes down to values, right? And what you talked about with the aesthetics of it, I don't think anybody's going to look at this card and say that it's the most beautiful card based on, some set of criteria. When we were looking at it in the pre-show, I just said to you, I said, that card screams mid-90s to me. It looks like a card out of SP from 1995 or 1996. And 96 Upper Deck USA was like not a high-end brand. It just wasn't. One in every like 4 or 5 boxes, you got an autograph, and an autograph was a redemption for somebody who had been in the Olympics. And some of them are pretty good. There's Mike Eruzione, there's Mark Spitz, some other people that, guys have heard of. But then one in just a million packs, you'd get the Jordan redemption. And so that was the first time ever that Michael Jordan's autograph was obtainable through opening a pack of cards. It's the very first time. There's probably 20 or fewer in the world. And those types of things just really matter. And so, it depends on what things matter to you most. But your point about how there's so many big time Jordan collectors, and that there's stories like the Nat Turner story that I sort of suggested, and that you can't find it, and that it only goes up for sale maybe once every 3 or 4 years. Those things all combine to create a card that the last time it sold for over $200,000, which was at Heritage earlier this year. So it's interesting to see what it'll do tonight. Obviously, right now it's sitting at $70,000. So, if it ended where it's at right now, I think there's some people who would be really disappointed. It'll be interesting to see what it does.
Well, some comments since we've been chatting about it. Deep Value says, I don't get it either. Loud Collector says browns and beige aren't the best colors for sports cards. I mean, right? I agree. Then Deep Value says, feels like a card that a couple important people decided is important. I don't know about that so much. Is that possibly the case, Adam? Or is it more that there are aspects of the card that cause it to be important, like what it is picturing him doing, the fact that it's an early autograph? Like, can you sort of just again summarize what are the reasons why this card is important versus a couple of people maybe with big platforms. I don't know. I think Deep Value is just speculating here, but versus a couple of people with big platforms or article writers in the past saying that this is an important card.
Well, yeah, I would just say briefly, because we've talked about it a lot already, but I think Deep Value is actually right that when Nat had his story come out, I think that tremendously influences value and perception of the card. It does. When Nat says there's only 2 Jordan cards I've never been able to find, and this is one of the 2, that plays a huge role in how we think about it. It does. But the fact that it's the first card ever of Michael Jordan that's autographed that you could only obtain through opening a pack, and that it's a USA auto, those 2 components are really critical. They're really important.
Okay. Well, I mean, listen, that's the beauty of this hobby, as we've said 100 times. We also have a 1982 Diego Maradona Argentina World Cup match worn photo matched jersey, current bid 48,000. I mean, I don't know a lot about soccer, but I certainly know about Diego Maradona, one of the earliest legends, that of my lifetime. I don't know how young I would have been when Pelé was still playing, but that's a pretty cool piece. Not a card, so outside of my wheelhouse, if you will, but a pretty cool jersey right here. Adam, is there anything you'd like to say about this jersey?
We know that Maradona's a few of his jerseys have set like all-time records, and clearly there's more important and less important jerseys, but he's one of the most collected soccer players of all time, obviously, and so it'll be interesting to see how the market responds to a rare piece like this coming to auction. You never know with game use. They're just massive sort of ranges and values. So it'll be fun to see what this one does.
All right. Next row, we've got a Brady championship ticket out of 100, autograph rookie card at $140,000, BGS 8, corners of the weakness at 7.5. These cards, like this card is numbered out of 100. It doesn't feel like it's numbered out of 100 though.
You feel like it
because we see it regularly enough where it feels like there'd be 500 of them in any event. And so I don't know if it's the same copy that keeps coming back or they're different copies. I don't track the serial numbers that closely or at all, but nonetheless, big card, 140,000. This card was this was $1 million card at one time. I'm curious to see where it ends up. Here we are in May of 2023. Looks like a nice copy of it though. This card, I feel like they're not all in really good condition. These cards weren't, they came out in the year 2000. So yeah, people are protecting their cards back then, but still a tough card to find. We have a PSA 9, Wayne Gretzky, OPG rookie. We're going to take a look at that right after we look at the Topps Chrome, the X Factor, LeBron James rookie X Factor out of 220 with a BGS 10 grade upon it. Population 4, $55,000. Adam, why don't you talk about this, and then I'll take a look at the Gretzky rookie.
Sure, yeah. This is a card I've seen in person several times. Doing the PWCC Premier Auction videos. It's a card that really, like the X Factor, I believe is additive to. It feels like the surface of the card moves. In a lot of cases, I would prefer the basic refractor, and I think from a flat perspective, that's almost always the case. But this is one where I really like what the X Factor pattern does to the card. You combine that with the fact that it's a BGS 10, it's really cool. And I think, we saw on the Iconic 100, it came out somewhere in the 30s as far as one of the most iconic cards of all time. Certainly the second most iconic image of LeBron, if not, some people would argue more iconic than even the Exquisite rookie, but it's numbered low. I think it's to 220, if I remember right. And you can bet there's a lot fewer than that in a BGS 10 grade.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's four in the BGS 10 grade. So nice card. And then let's take a look at this. Let's do a little bit of an inspection here on the PSA 9 Wayne Gretzky card. I'm going to start with the corners. Top left corner does not look great to me. Top right corner doesn't look great to me. Bottom right, bottom left. Bottom left looks good. Bottom right, I'm not sure about that corner. Edges are perfect though. They're exactly what I want. I love this top edge with the rough O-Pee-Chee cut. Left edge looks nice. Right edge looks nice. Bottom edge looks pretty good. Registration, not perfect. but not bad at all. One of my biggest pet peeves with the Gretzky rookie is when you have that white space between these thin, you see these thin black lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you got a couple extras here around the logo. Usually, oftentimes you'll see some white space in between the black and the blue. I'm not seeing any of that here, which I really am happy about, and I really like that one. I like that about it. Centering looks pretty good, not perfect. I don't know. I think this one might be overgraded. I don't know that this is. Tough to say. I think this card might be overgraded a little bit. Maybe it should be an 8.5. But at worst, it's a weak 9, and I would just shop accordingly based on that. If it, I'm not in the market for it, but that's kind of where I feel. Audio bad again. Okay. Adam,
you went
talk
to
about these cards.
Yeah, I will. I'll talk about those. I'll just tell you real quick because you can't hear you, but we can all hear you. When you went to the other audio, the other mic for a second, it was a little hollow, but you sounded good. I would go back. I would try that one again. And while you're doing that, these 3 cards that are up are all so interesting. And I'll tell you the one that I like the most is not going to surprise anyone. It's the one in the middle because it's a basketball card. It's the reason that I noticed that one right off is this is an example to me of a card where the piece of uniform that's on the card is not being sort of properly valued because the brand is not a brand that people know as well. If I say to you Panini Eternal, even the people who are on this chat, a huge percentage of people don't know that brand exists. That is really important because if this said Panini National Treasures or Panini Flawless or Prism or one of these brands that people really know, this would be viewed as being a much more significant item. And the reason is, guys, this piece of uniform is from a patch that LeBron wore in a game in the finals where the Cavs went on in 2016 to beat the Golden State Warriors, the 73-win Golden State Warriors, which would have been called the best team ever had they been able to beat LeBron James. But Draymond Green got suspended for Game 5, and that was because of LeBron James, and LeBron James went on to beat him in Game 6 and then went back to Golden State in Game 7 and pulled off the victory there. It's the best championship that I've seen in my lifetime, and I've watched them all. I'm not a big LeBron James homer. I'm a fan, but I'm not a homer. That's the best championship I've ever seen, and this card actually has a Logo Man tag from that jersey. Now, you'd love to see it be autographed, right? The fact is,
can you hear me, Adam? Can you guys hear me now? I have to jump in. Can you hear me now?
No.
Okay.
It's still bad.
Keep talking. I'm going to switch it up again. I'm going to ask you again in a second.
You're good. So the thing that I think about when you look at that jersey piece there is that, again, because it's Eternals, it's just going to sell for a lot less money. But if you're somebody who's a fan of not only the game or the cards, but you want to have something that's like as close to the great moments as you can be, guys, that's it. Right there, this specific card. I don't know what it's numbered to. Jeremy, can you maybe turn it over or see if there's a serial number?
Let me first
one
of
of
all,
one.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Like I said,
me?
you sound hollow on this mic, but I prefer this mic. I think you should stay here.
I don't want to shut that off to keep us moving along. This show, hey, Otani, this is a pretty what? Adam?
Gosh, it's still bad, man. I'm sorry. It's still bad. It may be worth, I don't know if you can do anything with your internet, but it might be internet related. I can jump back on and log in real quick.
No, you stick around. I'm gonna leave. Oh, well, Adam left. I was gonna leave and come back, everybody. Can you guys tell me, can you hear me? I'm sorry this is going on. This is not the way I want the show to go. Can you guys hear me right now?
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I can
okay.
log back in and sort of drive a little bit while you try to work out the internet if you want me to.
I don't know what I'm going to be able to do here. It seems like I need to go to the computer store tomorrow and get something, get a new mic or something like that, because nothing's really changed here. So
you're fine right now.
Leave. You stick around, Adam. You stick around. I'm going to come back. Okay.
Okay. All right, guys. It's always an adventure. We, in the 2 years we've done this, we haven't had this sort of issue before, but these sort of things happen sometimes. I like Doug's comments. Jeremy's robotic and fast and weird. That makes my day. Nice looking cardboard says it's distorted. Adam is 100%. And Deep Value Investor Brent says Adam is the Adam show. Yes. Now it's me, and I don't even have cards up in front of you, which is also bad. So I may need to try to figure out how to log in and get it back up like I did last month. I apologize for the technical difficulties. If we do go away for a second, even if it's just me for the next couple hours, I will 100% get the screen up and go through all the cards. I can't do it right now because Jeremy's been the driver, and so I might need to log out for a second. But let's give him just a couple of minutes while we talk through the cards. I'm going to look through some of the comments. I won't be able to bring them up on the screen, but want to just go through these real quick. Okay, so Deep Value Investor says, sorry, let me go back up. We missed quite a bit. Okay. Laggy Larry, oil drop is high and a high and a left to hair. I love that we all know what we're talking about when we just say the eye drop or the oil drop is. It's a beautiful card. Brent Deep Value Investor says, man, there is so much value Jeremy just brought to that Wayne card. He says, imagine being a bidder on it and getting that education he just gave on the condition just to help with your bidding. So valuable. I totally agree. Jeremy is the best of that. And speaking of the best, Jeremy is back, probably on his phone data, and he looks great, better than ever. How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
It's not good, Jeremy.
What? You can't.
It's still laggy. I can hear you, but
okay,
it was lagging. Keep going. Let's see if it gets better. Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna.
So yeah, you take your time. Deep Value Investor. I'm just going through the comments, Jeremy. Is it a patch or a tag that's on the inside of a jersey? Okay, so there's the Logo Man patch, right? That sits up here. That's the one that everybody knows. And then there's the Logo Man that's from some tag that's on the jersey, usually from the washing instructions or the place down on the bottom part of the jersey. I believe that's what that's from. So, somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that. Nice looking cardboard, Jeremy said. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Which is my favorite comment of all. A lot of people saying you're good now and then not good. A Collector's Dream says, what is your favorite vintage card in the auction? We'll have to hit that. Vintage Card Collector says, can anyone confirm some of these cards? Sorry, skipping around here. Verizon Man, yeah, you can hear me now. Jeremy has a tan, but he's still jumpy. That's my new favorite comment from the chat. Some great stuff going on in this premiere. Yes, Jeremy has committed the number one sin. He moved his camera angle. So yes, we're all on the same page here. Jeremy, since you're having some of your issues, I am going to figure out how to go log out, log back in. Is that a good idea so that I can drive? Is that a good idea?
Give me 1 second. I've turned my computer off. It's going to come back on. I'm back in. I'm just going to see if I can get back in, and hopefully everything will be okay, and we can move along like this never happened.
Okay.
So just bear with me as I'm coming back in the studio, and I'm going to have to be quiet for a second here.
Okay. You don't want me to go away for a sec, though, to log back in? Wow. Oh.
Okay.
You sound really good. Your okay was perfect. It's beautiful.
How's it now?
Perfect.
All right. Let's continue. Let's continue now. I'm going to do my screen share again. We're going to bring the auction back up, and we are going to get this show back on the road. Here we go. How's it work? How am I still good? Adam, am I good?
Maybe I'm bad now. There's a big storm in Salt Lake, and so it's raining like crazy outside right now. Maybe maybe the issue's me. Maybe it's not you. I don't know. But you sound great to me as long as I can hear you.
All right. Well, I'm going to continue. We're going to proceed. All right. Let's proceed. I'm getting the thumbs up from nice. Okay. I'm getting the thumbs. All right, Adam. We were talking about this card here. There was a question I saw about where the tag is. I think you addressed that. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Vintage Collector's Dream. What about this card here, Adam? Shohei Otani, rookie auto, red refractor, PSA 9, auto 10. This is a big card. $150,000 pre-buyer's premium already. I mean, listen, neither of us are baseball guys per se, but I do know Shohei Otani, and I know that a Bowman Chrome refractor out of 5 on-card auto of the best player, some might say, to ever play the game at this point in time. This is a big card, $150,000. You talked about this one already, and we have a Black Lotus. We've seen a few of these lately. This one's a BGS 8.5 at $75,000 so far. Anything else you'd like to say about the bookend cards on this row?
Yeah, so the Otani, I think we have to take a minute on because it's just such a big card. When you think about big time baseball high end cards, you think about Bowman Chrome. That when I'm talking about modern cards right now, right? And so Bowman Chrome is the thing, and we all know the Superfractor 1 of 1 is the card that just sets all the records, right? The thing that's next rarest to the Superfractor, year over year over year over year, going back 10 years plus now, is the red refractor. And so, Otani's red refractor is a big deal, but in sort of doing some research on this card for some content, the thing that I thought was really interesting, Jeremy, there's only 2 of these that have been graded by PSA. The other is a 6. Oh. And so, the question that I asked on my Instagram was, hey, we all know that the Superfractor is his best card. It just is. Is this his second best card? And some people would say, no, there's other Superfractors. And there's other people who are like, look, this is the iconic card. This is the best condition one. Graded 3 points higher than the other one. It's one of those that I think a lot of people are watching tonight saying, hey, we know Otani's hot. We know the market's been really soft. Where does this meet together? What happens here? And so, yeah, of all the cards tonight that we'll talk about, this is one of them that I think people are like most interested in seeing what it does.
And Deep Value is letting us know that, and I was aware, but that there is a pitching and a batting version. So he does say here that it doubles the amount of reds. Yes. So what does that do to the collectors and the investors? Do you want to get one of each if you're a collector? Maybe. I mean, it's a very expensive card. Or is it just kind of like, well, there's more out there, but they're still going to be thought about by the hobby the same way the Mike Trout out of 5 would, or anybody else, even though there are 2 different cards. Tom Newman was asking which version sells for more, and Deep Value said usually pitching a little from what I've seen. I had heard, I believe my understanding was that it was the batting actually where no, I was just wrong. Okay, so I'll move forward from that then. Wanted to go back a little bit here actually, Adam, to when I was having my audio issues, and I hope that we're good and back right now. But there were some comments about the Gretzky card. Oh yeah, Rob says I moved my camera. I had to. I had no choice. I had no choice there. Okay, too many comments. We're just going to consider. Jay-Z says pitching is the more desirable. Deep Value pitching is considered. So thank you, guys. I did not know. Let's keep on moving along, Adam. This row here, we have a Luka NT RPA. Well, it's the version out of 10, the gold version out of 10. It's the 10 of 10. I mean, this card, the RPA at a 99 was selling for, I feel, in the 150,000 plus level a little while ago. And now you have here the copy out of 10, and it's sitting at $44,000 right now. That seems, and seems to what the prices I remember, and I know the trend we're on right now, but this seems like a really low price currently for this card. It's got a nice patch, nice auto. It's a BGS 9. Where is the hobby right now, Adam, on Like I know for me, I would probably prefer the true RPA at a 99, even though it's not as rare. But where's the hobby at? Do they put more value into the limited version out of 10 or the one out of 25 or the one out of 99?
I think that's always changing, and I think it's a great question. Right now, I don't really know either what the general consensus would be. I would tell you that when it comes to parallels, if there's something that's to 50 or even like right higher than 50, maybe even like 25, I think that it's reasonable that you probably still take the 99. Being out of 10, being something that's as well known as the gold, here I would take the 10. And specific to this copy, I think what's important is that I've heard a lot of people talk about the different parts of the Luka jersey that they'd like to have. The D in Dallas is something that a lot of people have talked about. Our friend G, the Lucky Show, on Instagram, his copy is the D, and he always makes jokes about that. But it's because they used several jerseys. There's not just one D patch. There's several of them. This is maybe one of the best pieces off of the jersey. I believe, doesn't that look like it's the D in Dallas to you?
It does. Or the D in Doncic on the back, no?
Yeah, but the D in Doncic would be smaller for the name. But I think it's the D in Dallas. The autographs, I think the autograph's a 10. It's 10 it's numbered at a 10. The thing that we have here, and this is something we talked about 3 months ago. I think if you remember when we were talking about the SGA and Luka comparison, the question with Luka isn't how great his individual talent is, because he's doing historic things year after year after year. Another All-NBA first team. The question with Luka is, how is he going to get to a place where he can win? And can that place be Dallas? Dallas tanked to keep their lottery pick. Can they really have a chance at greatness, or are there other teams passing him by? And from a talent perspective, he's as good as anyone. But from a team perspective, they just don't have a lot going on. And so nothing would make the hobby more feel better, Jeremy, than if Luka was suddenly going to a big market that had a chance to win. His stuff would explode. But right now, it's sort of more of a holding pattern.
All right. Well, thanks. I want to thank Connie Choi for pointing this tidbit out, that pitching is the first release. Batting came out after pitching, again, in related to the Shohei Otani red refractor out of 5. And then says Bowman was on the next, batting was on the next Bowman release. So very interesting stuff there, Connie. Thank you for sharing those. We have a similar case here with the Mahomes NTRP. This one's out of 5. This is the black version out of 5. It's at $90,000 at BGS 9. And this patch, I feel like by now, with all the different Mahomes RPAs from NT that we have seen pass through the PWCC Premier, we can probably build that whole patch now based on the swatches of it that we have seen over the last couple of years. And then we have what is an absolutely stunning Hank Aaron PSA 8.5 with PWCC's best eye appeal designation, the superior, saying it is in the top 5%, meaning that of all the PSA 8.5s that have passed through the PWCC offices, this is in the top 5% of those cards, and it's currently at $170,000, which is $204 with buyer's premium. That's how fast I can do that calculation in my head. But let's take a look at the card, and this card, like that left edge is pretty rough, but that to me it reminds me of the rough O-Pee-Chee cut. I don't mind that. I can understand why some people would, but I don't mind that at all personally. Centering is really nice. Like all 3 borders look to be almost bang on, not perfect, but not offensive at all. Registration is like bang on from what I can tell. I'm seeing some minor, lack of just minor. What I'm talking about, you can't even really see this little bit of white above the pink that defines the end of his jersey there. A beautiful, beautiful copy overall. This is like from the Blazer division. If you watch Chris Sewell's channel, for sure. Very, very nice card. Let's keep on going. Actually, first, I just see a couple of comments here that I do want to get to. Collector's Dream likes the Hank Aaron. Deep Value says, why would one side be cut that way and the other so perfect? Yeah, I think it's got to do with maybe one blade was replaced and the other was not, pretty much is what I would attribute that to, but I'm not in the printing business. And Andrew Spear says, I think you were thinking the base rookies and Bowman have batting and pitching, making the bat. Oh, could be Andrew Spears. I'm not completely familiar with those Trout card or those Otanis. And Ben Diamond, welcome to the show. Okay, let's keep on going, Adam. I know you're going to love this card here, guys. This card is right up Adam's alley. He loves these autographs. He loves silver ink. He loves black background cards. I know you love this card, Adam. I love this card. This is one of the top cards on my want list. The T206 Ty Cobb with the red background portrait. I love it. This is a SGC 8. 55,000. It's got the above average eye appeal, top 30% of copies that have passed through PWCC. And I mean, this card looks like it's pack pulled in this picture right here. It looks just stunning. Let's take a quick look at it.
Beautiful.
Oh yeah, like this thing is just bang on, and it's nice and snug in this the black plastic inlay that SGC puts inside their slabs. It's very nice and tight in there. Yeah, that looks really good. What a nice copy that is. And then Adam, Tiger Woods. This is the gold version of his SP Authentic autographed rookie. This to me is like the 52 Topps mantle of golf cards. Like, I don't know if there's a better golf card for me that I would like. This might be it. PSA 10. Auto looks really nice. A minor bubbling in the ink here. Doesn't bother me too much. Numbered 84 of 100. Yeah, this card is an amazing card. And it's sitting at 75K right now, so 90 after the juice. And back to the Cobb for a sec. For me, I would be looking. I like the red portrait better than the green. And I know there's two other Cobbs in the set as well, but I like the red because number one, it's relatively speaking, it's a less expensive card, and I like the red better. So for me, that's the one that's on my hit list versus the green. But Adam, why don't you talk about this card? Because I know you love this card.
You know me pretty well, and you're right. I love this card for a lot of different reasons, but not the least of which is the fact that those four guys all held that card. It's not a sticker autograph, right? All four of them held that card and signed the face of it all on one side of it. In my opinion, 4 of the 8 greatest players in NBA history are all on the same card. I have a quad auto that has MJ, Kobe, and LeBron, but my 4th guy is Garnett. And I like it because Garnett's one of my favorite players. But if you're putting together a ranking of the greatest players of all time, clearly Magic Johnson on almost everybody's list is pretty high, right? I have him somewhere in the 7 or 8 range all time. And so, then you take those other 3 guys who are really like the 3 most collected players of our lifetimes. And to think that all 4 of them held that card and signed it, it's sort of, I think we've become really like spoiled. Like, that's amazing that exists, right? And that it was made 15 years ago now. We'll never see any more come out at this point. You're right. I just love the card.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Jordan, Kobe, LeBron on there. To me, that's easy. The 4th player, I don't know that I'd want anyone other than Magic on that card for me. Like, I think that he's the perfect complement to those. I think he fits right in there. Maybe Larry Bird instead, just because you have so much Laker action on this card. But otherwise, yeah, I love it with Magic on there too. Really, really cool card. We have a couple of comments here. Nice looking cardboard says that Cobb is beautiful. Vintage 10,000. Not sure what that means, vintage 10,000, but it is certainly a beautiful card. Deep Value, I did a post on getting the gold Tiger 9.5 BGS 9.5 out of 100 for the same price as the PSA 10 base. Oh, very interesting. Jay-Z, nice tight inlay, something I never thought I'd hear on the show. Very good, but all jokes aside, the Cobb is amazing for sure. Ben Diamond says, cool, they put the players together. Jordan like Kobe and Braun like Magic. That's very cool. Deep Value says, such a cool card with all 4 autos, but is it important? I mean, not every card has to be important to be collectible. Deep value, as I'm sure you're aware. Doug Brenner says that quad auto is a grail. I'd get it regraded as authentic. So good comments all around. Let's keep going. We lost some time earlier. Here is another Luka NT. First off the line, though, RPA out of 20, pop 7, 3 graded higher, $29,000. Yeah, that definitely looks like a bit of the S. So that tells me that the D was from Dallas, not Doncic, Adam. So at least that's what I think. But again, it's similar to the card we just looked at. Now we have what is a gorgeous Roberto Clemente 55 Topps rookie PSA 8 near mint to mint. We got to open this one up. We're going to open up while we're opening cards, let's open the Joe Montana as well. But let's start with this Roberto Clemente. I mean, the centering isn't perfect, but it's really good. And this card is tough to find centered. At least it was back when I was shopping for my copy. Registration looks to be, I'd say 98% good, maybe 95% good. It's not perfect. I'm not sure what's going on right here. You guys, can you guys here? Let me just take this comment off. Sorry. Can you guys see there's a bit of a spottiness right here coming down from the end of the Ian Clemente and coming right down onto the T and the E in Pirates. So that's a bit of an eyesore. My eyes keep on going back to that as I look at the card. So, but maybe that's what's keeping this from being a 9 at that point, because everything, the corners, the edges look to be just really, really nice and clean. Bottom left corner, is there something? Bottom left corner might be a little bit of a little notch right there of some sort, but hard to tell. Let's see if tough to say. Overall, a beautiful card on the Clemente, and then a PSA 10 Joe Montana. Joe Montana being the GOAT for me, at least. This card is very nice. Centering is like, almost bang on left to right. Top to bottom looks to be really nice as well. Edges, perfect from what I can see. They're white, so I can't see perfectly, but perfect from what I can see. Very important. And the corners look to be really good as well. And of course, and what's interesting is that I don't believe that the 81 Topps were licensed, because you don't see anything about San Francisco. You don't see the logo here anywhere. I feel like that's true, but not 100% certain. Ben Diamond says Rice is the GOAT. Yeah, but Rice wasn't a quarterback. That's the only distinction there. Deep Value agrees. Jay-Z says looks like a print smudge. Yeah, might very well be. Adam, any comments on these 3 cards, please?
I think you covered them really well, and I think you're right. We lost some time. The only thing I'll add is the Luka first off the line, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's a holofoil around the patch window. And I just believe that makes such a huge difference on the RPA. So if you get a chance, to everybody else listening, look at the 360 view on that and see how it lights up.
All right. Ooh, we have one of my favorite. I love Essential Credentials. I love the 97s. I love the Futures. I love the Nows. You just don't see them as much. But we're going to start in the middle here because I'm a big fan of these cards. $42,000 for the Kobe Mint 9 Essential Credentials, Pop 2, none graded higher, 73 copies produced in total. Man, do I just love this card. And if you would take off a 0, it'd be more in my range, and I'd maybe consider it. But this is something that I just have to look at and be happy for the person that is able to acquire this card tonight. I'm sure they'll be very, very happy. SGC 10, Gem Mint 10, Michael Jordan rookie, $50,000 right now. PSA 10s are doing like in that 150 to 180 range right now from what I've seen. The last one I've seen anyway, last couple. And here you can get a SGC copy for, I don't know that this price is going to hold up at $50K, but is this any worse than a PSA 10 outside of the holder that it's in? And that doesn't really even make sense because it's just a holder. But I would be this is where if I'm in the market for a high-end Jordan, I would be inspecting this card very carefully and deciding, does it make sense to put my money into this card and have 80 grand left over versus buying a PSA 10 copy when, we've seen several PSA 10 copies that might not even grade 9s anymore. So this is I think this is a potential value buy for somebody if they look at it and they feel that it's, you know, it would at least hang out with the PSA 10s. I don't really see anything wrong with it. Like the corners look good. I don't think this is anything up here on the top right. Maybe that's something up there. It's tough to say. Coming down, just normal edges there. Bottom left corner looks really good, or bottom right, bottom left corner looks really good. There's a scratch here, but it's on the holder. You can see this is not on the card right over here. Coming up the left edge looks pretty clean. I mean, this is clean. That's a clean edge right there. Top looks good. I don't know, man. I mean, this to me looks like good value for what is a gem mint card. What do you think? And we haven't even talked about yet the LeBron logo man. I believe this one's at a 3 BGS 7.5. Pop 1 of 1. So there's 3, but only 1 has been graded. Oh, 1 graded, 1 higher. Adam, take it away on these 3 basketball cards. I know you're going to have some passion behind all 3 of them.
So LeBron's interesting because obviously he's the best. He's the player of the era, and you've got an immaculate logo man that's just beautiful. I've seen, I don't know if it's this example, but I think it is this example that I was able to see in person. This is another one where I'd pull up the 360 tool and see the way the hollow foil hits the card, because as we talked about before, the logo man is great. There's logo man collectors out there before, but I think real collectors want to see that the card works, that the logo man fits into the whole scheme of the card, that it doesn't just feel like a player and a piece of uniform just sort of slapped together. It has to sort of come together in this sort of artistic way that all works. And I think that the hollow foil is really essential to that. So look at this one with the 360. Jeremy and I, one of the things that we really agree on is that the credentials parallel is really like one of the most beautiful, wonderful sets in the hobby, especially this specific set here. I actually, Jeremy, I don't know if you remember this, but I have an uncut sheet of this here in my home. It's the only uncut sheet that I have. It's probably the only uncut sheet that I'll ever have, because it has both Jordan and Kobe on it. And I'm just going to be real. Like, I think it's the best looking set from the 90s. I really do. I think the way that pink and purple hit and the way that the hollow on the right side of the card hits is just fantastic. And then, yeah, the Jordan rookies, I'm with you, Jeremy. Like from where I'm sitting, you sort of look at that and go, can you get that into a PSA 10 holder? And if you can, man, you're making, you're going to do really well. But a lot of other people, and I think you and I sometimes fit into this. I fit into this. Like, I care about the condition. I care about the card more than I do the grade by a long shot. And so if you just want an amazingly clean MJ rookie, like, there you go.
That could easily qualify as a PSA 10, but then you're going to have to pay PSA, I don't know what the price would be, $10K at least probably to grade it. So I wouldn't want to cut them in for 5% of the value of my card, even though it might attribute more value, but that's just me. I would be prepared to wait it out and see how the grading companies rank when, in 20 years when I'm going to be selling off, the bulk of my collection. Let's go to some comments, Adam. I'm just scrolling back up to the Joe Montana, because Jeff McMahon lets us know that 1982 was the first year for licensed NFL. Thank you for confirming, Jeff McMahon. Deep Value says, I have the Shaq, being the essential credentials, waiting to get back from grading. I have the Shaq. It's actually this card right over here. That is my Shaq essential credentials right there. It's just sitting in a display case over there. Next, so Tyler is here, Teapot from the Sports Card Investor Network. Tyler, welcome to the show. Always good to see you. Deep Value says, isn't this Jordan, being the SGC 10 from Collectible Apps, the fractional ownership company from their IPO? I don't know, but I think someone said Vintage says he heard that as well. So it very well may be. Very, very interesting there. They seem to be moving out of all the assets on their platform. Will says, damn, Jordan looks clean. Lots of PSA 10s. They're off center. Deep Value, Benjamin Diamond says, I feel like Logo Man's is all marketing. I'll take a nasty jersey patch for a tenth of the price. I'm with Ben Diamond on this. Personally, logo patches are cool because they're often 1-of-1s or out of 3 or out of 5 or whatever it is. But when I get memorabilia, I like the team color memorabilia to match myself. But again, I think me and Ben Diamond are in the minority there. I think most people would prefer the Logo Man. Go Blue Barkley, when you get a chance, can you comment and take a close look at the amazing Pistons triple Logo Man? we will get to it. Thank you. And Mitch, good evening to you. Okay, Adam. Oh, I love these cards. I love these 03 Noble collection from Exquisite LeBron James. Like I love the full body shot. You got is that on card auto or is that a sticker?
Yeah, it's on card. It's one of the most common questions on the set. As soon as you get it in hand, you look at it and you go, of course it's on card. And we know that Exquisite just is, other than just a few random examples. But it's a good question because when you look at it from this view, it sort of looks like that window around it might be, but it's on card.
Yeah, it does. It is misleading. It makes you, and I know I've said that, I've asked the question before. BGS 9.5, Pop 2. I just think it presents really well. Again, full body picture on there. The nice thick border hollow foil around the patch. Really, like, that's a bold presentation right there. So a great card overall, in my opinion. I just love the looks of it. A box of or a case of 2017 Panini Select, and a pair of Kobe Bryant game-worn, photo-matched, and signed sneakers worn January 14th in his 42-point game. That's pretty cool. You know, when I used to do Collectible Live for the collectible fractional company, they offered much more than cards, and I had looked at several pairs of shoes. Made me think maybe these were from collectibles as well, but I don't think they were. I don't remember ever seeing this pair of shoes before. I could be wrong though, but these are pretty cool Kobe shoes. Do you know, Adam, like, was there significance to this game on January 14th, 2012, or is it just a game where he scored 42 points?
This isn't an item that I've gotten to do a whole lot with so far, but obviously the 42 points is a big deal. And 2011-12, that's right. I don't know if that was right when they were winning their second group of championships. I don't know if they won a championship that year, but real quick on the LeBron, before we get past that, you mentioned the Hall of Foil. I'm so glad you did, because again, this is one of the nicest looking sets ever. But the thing that I wanted to point out that we didn't hit, this is number 1 of 25, meaning this is actually and since it's from his rookie year, it's actually the very first Noble nameplates LeBron James card, right? It's the first stamped, at least, number 1 of 25 of the rookie year Noble nameplates insert, and is one of the key inserts of the Exquisite line. I kind of think that's pretty cool.
What I think is cool, I do like the 1 of 25. I think that just makes the card a little bit cooler than the 2, 3, 4, and 5, etc. But you said it was the first one kind of made or stamped, at least. Well, I think it was probably the first one stamped. But then I'd want to know, which one did he autograph first? Because when is the whole unit complete? Well, it's not complete until he signs it, and we have no way of knowing when he signed, which one he signed first, and how they were packaged up. But let's okay, before we go to the next page, actually, I'm just going to load up the next page and go to some more comments here. So Jared Yuhan says, disagree with Ben. It's the most recognizable logo in the NBA, and I don't think this is a disagreement. This is just two different opinions as to what you prefer. I'm with Ben. I don't like logo men. I just shouldn't say I don't like them. I prefer team color patches on my cards, but I think Jared's position is perfectly fine too. I'm never gonna judge or attack or look down on anyone for what they like. You like what you like, and that's always cool by me. And Ben says, now if there was a card with the entire Bruins Bear Chara logo, I might cave. Yeah, but that's not the NHL shield. That's the Bruins logo, the bear head. All right, next page here. 2017 Bowman Chrome Gold Refractor Ronald Acuna out of 50, BGS 10, pristine, autographs a 10, cards a 10. Pretty cool card. If Acuna, I know there was a lot of hype around Acuna. I'm not sure where he's at right now in his career, but hey, it's in the Premier Auction, and I believe he's still widely collected. Can't speak at all to this Japanese Summer Battle Mew Victory Orb Trophy, but regardless of me not being able to speak to it, it's worth $25,000 already. And a 2003 SB Signature Incredible Inscriptions LeBron James rookie card auto out of 25, PSA 10, authentic auto by PSA DNA, and it has the NBA, it looks to be the NBA gold sticker as well. So a lot of people don't, I've heard a lot of comments and narrative that, oh, grade the grader. And even our friend Victory Investments, Sean, has done some funny things with like a bunch of stickers all over a slab. But I actually think there's value to having a second set of eyes look at a card, especially with how much growth PSA has undergone and how much time they spend grading cards. I mean, I think this is actually a valuable service, having NBA assess cards like this. I think it makes sense. Adam, anything on these three?
I'm going to surprise you a little bit. I'm going to talk about the Pokemon card.
Well, look at this, though. Look at this. Little did I know, Acuna is the clear MVP so far in the National League. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Thank you, Will S. Go ahead, Adam. Talk about the Pokemon.
We always need our good baseball fans to keep Jeremy and I straight here, because this is not our modern baseball is definitely not our wheelhouse. It's probably one of our biggest weaknesses between the two of us. So please, if you have other commentary like that, we always like hearing it. And I'd love to talk about LeBron because I love that card, but I think that, I know we have a large number of Pokemon fans that actually join the show. I've talked to several of them, and this card is important in ways that I think we can sort of connect to the world of sports cards in a way that's interesting. So when you think about cards in Pokemon that are worth a lot, they have some of the same components. Rarity is a big part of that, right? And so you see, Jeremy, here where it says it's a Victory Orb trophy. What you're seeing on this image on the left is obviously the card, and the card's been graded, but on the right is a trophy, and the card came in this trophy, and it came to somebody who won something in a Pokemon tournament, like where they were playing with the cards, and the cards make a game, and so only so many of these were given, and they were only given to winners. Well, as the years have passed, some of these cards that were given away to winners as trophies have become really sought after because there weren't very many of them made, and they stood for something that was really important. Now you add to it that in this case, it's been cracked out of the trophy and graded a 10, and you start to understand why that's significant. Now, I'm not a Pokemon collector. I've never owned a Pokemon card for myself. I bought them for my kids. But I understand that for this character, who's Mew, one of the most popular characters, don't ask me why, but he is, or she is. It could be a male or female. I don't know. But for Mew, it's rare. It came at a certain time, and they didn't make any more of them afterwards. And a lot of people still have them in their trophies, right? Like, all of those are components that I go, I get it. Like, that's cool. And so that, hopefully that's helpful to some of the people out there who aren't Pokemon fans to sort of see maybe a little bit why you can see something that's just a Pokemon card selling for 25 grand.
Well, Doug Brenner lets us know that the Summer Battle Road Mew is an awesome card. Only 37 have ever been graded by PSA. So I think that's the same card he's referring to, but
yes,
not 100% certain. All right, let's go to the next row here. We have Mahomes Contenders Cracked Ice out of 25 on card auto. We've got another Shohei. This one is out of 25, the orange refractor. So it's kind of funny, like, just change the color, save $90,000, Although, of course, there's 25 of these. Look at his auto, though. Nice big auto with a lot of oomph in that auto right there. And here's the third parallel we've seen of the Luka NTRPA tonight, the true rookie out of 99 at 60,000. This is a true gem plus, 395s and a 10. So that's pretty cool. Nice 3-color patch. Bunch of the mesh here. All three of these cards I'm impressed by. The Mahomes is a BGS 9 with a 10 auto, $30,000, pop 9, one graded higher. That's only out of 25. So listen, this row here, I like it. Football, baseball, basketball, the biggest names in each of those sports right now. Maybe Luka isn't the biggest name right now in basketball cards. I'm not really sure if Jimmy Butler might be kind of challenging for that at the moment, but pretty nice row of cards here, Adam, don't you think?
Yeah, the one that I'll point out is the Mahomes. I've had a chance to see it in hand. I'll always say this, but the cracked ice Mahomes is just gorgeous. It's just a great looking card.
Mitch wanted to know, would Pokemon collectors prefer the card being cracked out of the trophy and slabbed versus being in the trophy? I'm going to think that I don't know for sure. I'm going to think they want it slabbed I would think. I mean, it's just, it goes with the rest of their cards that way. That's what that would be my thought. All right, let's keep on rolling here. Here's a 2017 Panini Select basketball case. We have 2008. Like, this is an awesome card, Adam. I know this is right up your alley too. You like these silver ink on black cards, Upper Deck black. 2008 LeBron Jordan, numbered 1 of 15. It's a BGS 7.5. It's like these lower grades don't even really bother us on a card as nice as this. Let's open this one up, take a quick look at it here. Look at that. You got a 2-color, 3-break patch there on LeBron, 3-color, 4 breaks there, and then 2 colors on both of the MJs. The MJ auto looks really nice. I'm not noticing any smudging at all, which oftentimes you see on these cards. Same with the LeBron, like these autos, but they only graded a 9, which to me, these are better than a 9. Is it because it went on to the word black here? What's wrong with these autos that they didn't get a 10? Maybe something here. I don't know.
Great question. I don't see it off the top of my head. I often say this is one of my favorite cards in the auction. This is, every time we've seen this or the gold, it's one of my favorite cards, because I think, in a lot of ways, it's one of the best dual auto patches ever made. It was lost on me for a long time that the holofoil builds their initials, right? LJ and MJ. The autographs are phenomenal. The other thing that I'll point out, and I don't know if we've talked about this too many times, Jeremy, but after seeing a lot of high-end cards kind of come through my hands, the thing that I always notice about the best of the best Upper Deck autograph stuff from this era, I always notice how the serial numbering is in holofoil. It's something that isn't really done today by Panini. And I think it's a great touch, because the color that you're seeing around the patch window is identical to the color that you see in the serial number. And so I go look at, this is another one where I'd go look at the 360, and I would go look at the video that our friend Ryan Tedmus did on this card. And when you do that, you're just going to see, like, this is one of those that really like comes alive when you see it move. I think as good as this image is that we're seeing, it's flat right now, you lose a lot by not being able to see it, by being able to see it move.
Yeah, I could tell since I opened it, I'm just not even going to bother with that right now, unfortunately. Okay.
Yeah.
And then my favorite Brady card on the planet is this one right here, the 2014 Flawless auto patch. I don't even care which parallel. They're all beautiful. I just love the aesthetics of this card. This is the Ruby version out of 15, BGS 9.5 on card auto. This card is stunning. Something just got a bid. The blue highlight me in the show. The Shohei just got a bid. But I love this Tom Brady card, Adam. Like, have you seen a cleaner looking card than this? And the red foil does tie into some of the accents on the jersey and the helmet. So isn't this a beautiful card? Like,
yeah, you and I have talked about it before. As far as non-Brady rookie or Brady non-rookies, I'm not sure there's a Brady card that's not a rookie. There might be one or two. But it's really high on that list. And as far as autographs go, it's one of the best known, I think, post rookie year Brady autographs.
Yeah, just an absolute stunner. Oh, here we got a 52 Topps mantle, the first one of the evening. This one is a VGX4 miscut. So I'm thinking that it's miscut because of the back, because this copy on the front just looks to be off center to me. Very off center, but I don't see the miscut here as I understand miscut to be. If there was no border, then that to me is what I understand miscut to mean. But nonetheless, you're getting yourself what would maybe otherwise without the qualifier grade out to be about a 2. If we ignore the centering, which you can't, but if you were to try the images and just focus on within these black borders, it's actually a really nice copy. I seem to see maybe a bit of a crease coming out right over here. You can see something going on right here. But otherwise, like, he is in focus. The colors are bold. This is a really nice image. I notice I didn't say card. A really nice image and print of the Mickey Mantle image that we always see on this card. I really want to look at the back of it. I kind of feel like I have to now. So I'm gonna let that open up for a second. And in the meantime, look at this Tatum NTRPA at a 99. I like Jason Tatum, so I think this is a cool card. And it's a BGS 9.5 out of 99. And then we have the finest embossed. Is this the finest embossed refractor? Yeah, this is a beautiful card. I know, Adam. Look at that. Look at that grin on your face. This is a big card in the world of Jordan collecting. And yeah, really, really nice copy right there. Let's go take a look at this mantle, though, and see the back of it. Yeah, so here's why it's miscut, everybody. Not because of the front.
Good call.
Not because of the front. The front is simply off center. The back is miscut because you can see the next card coming through over here on the edge. So this is important to me. This makes the card a little bit more desirable because if I'm going to have a card that's a miscut, I'd much prefer that miscut to be on the back versus the front.
Interesting.
Whereas the front, the front is obviously like grossly off-centered, but at least the miscut doesn't happen on the front in this case. But what does occur on the front is where you see the qualifier, and that does impact people.
So as you look at that card, Jeremy, and if you just ignore the which you said you can't, just look at the other 3 subgrades and pretend that there were only those 3. What does that card grade out at?
Sorry, I was focusing on something. Sorry, Adam. Just by the way, guys, that was not card porn. I have blocked that user. That was not the real card porn. Sorry, Adam, what was your question?
Well, I look at that card and I wonder, the fact that let's talk about qualifiers for a sec, because a lot of people don't really understand how qualifiers work. If you're okay with it, this is graded a 4 with an MC qualifier, which means for those people who aren't as familiar with vintage, that if it weren't for this issue, then the card would be a 4. But because it has that issue, it's not just a straight 4. It's considered less than a normal 4, right? So I started to ask you this question that was basically like, what would this card be without the miscut? I think the answer is this card would be a 4 if it wasn't miscut, right?
Yeah, I think if the back was just as off-centered as the front, I think this would be a 4 OC. I think it would be a 4 OC. But if the submitter said, hey, PSA, I don't want any qualifier, just straight up grade it, I think it's going to get a 2.
Yeah, I think so too.
I kind of subscribe to that 2 grade point difference for a qualifier, especially a strong like a harsh qualifier like miscut. It's a little bit more offensive than off center, but at least it's on the back. As
so
said before.
What I like about that though is that if you're somebody who really cares about the other three things and you care less about how a card's centered, then this might be a great example for you. It's no matter what you say about it, and like you say, you can't not notice that it's off-centered.
And some PSA ones some PSA authentics that are like really nice, but for a thumbtack hole will sell for more than this 4MC. So yeah, 29,000 for any. I've seen mantle 52 tops mantles that look like they were literally crumpled up and then spread back out. The corner burnt off and the other corner dipped in water or food coloring, and then slabbed as a PSA 1 sell for $20,000. So this is a steal right now. Honestly, I feel like this is a steal at 29. And then there's the buyer's premium. So figure if you still agree with my comment. Let's keep on going though, Adam. Oh boy. Yeah, I love this card right here. This is like the top of my list right now for the cards that I want. Is a 33 Gaudy Lou Gehrig. This one's way too nice for me. It's a SGC 7 with the superior eye appeal rating by PWCC. We have to take a look at this. Centering left to right is not perfect, but I don't even care so much about centering on this card. The borders are so narrow anyway. Top to bottom looks great. Look at this. I've looked at a lot of these because I'm kind of looking for one. And the registration's really good on this copy. You always see this happening at the top, the yellow bat coming above the blue background. I just love this card. I just love everything about this card. Yeah, Currency Project right now just puts in the color on it. Yeah, this thing is just banging. I absolutely love this card. and wish that I could just go and buy it right now for, $38,000, but I'm not going to. We have a PSA 956 Topps Willie Mays, the grayback variant, I'll call it. I don't want to call it a parallel because I think it's just a variant. Really nice card. And 56 Topps. I mean, there's our buddy Matthew Rocker on Instagram, whose whole name on Instagram is 1956 Topps guy. That's how much he loves this set. So this is a really nice copy. It's also got the PWCC A top 30% for above average. And then look at this, Adam. Like this is a 101 Mahomes rookie year. I've never seen this before. You've got 2 tags and then some patch in the middle. We know where this patch is from. It's the same place as those as the RPAs above. This is an amazing. I think this card is awesome. It's from why is this selling? Why is this worth so much less than his NT RPA out of 10 or 25 or 99? Like this card's awesome.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's I was asking a friend about this exact same card earlier on in the auction as we were doing some planning, and as I looked at this one, I was just like, how can this card not just be an absolutely just huge card? And one of the things that was pointed out to me was just how important it is for a card to be like a parallel of the actual rookie. And so this is from an insert set. And some people don't like that as much. And so, but if you're like, I guess if what you're looking for is like a rookie card, a rookie year card of the most popular player in the game in Mahomes, and you get those tags too, and a 1/1, and it's autographed, and aesthetically, I think it's just as nice as the RPA. Like, I'm with you, Jeremy. I look at that and I'm just like, man, that is a bargain compared to what you could pay on some of the cards that are derivations or parallels of the actual RPA.
And it's a 1/1, and it's a BGS 9.5. I mean, that's pretty amazing. I think this is I think there's value in this card. The other thing, you said a lot of people want that RC, the official RC, and I know that's been the way of the hobby for many, many years. I don't care personally. I don't care so much about the RC designation. I like RY. I like a rookie year card, and I have gotten rid of a lot of my like young guns, for example. I don't care about just the RC is not enough for me to own a card anymore. It used to be. It is for vintage, it's different, but for modern stuff, it's not enough for me anymore. It doesn't even get the card in the door for me. So this I would own this ahead of the RPA, especially at this discount. I call it a discount all day long. That's where I'm at. I love the RY designation, which isn't necessarily a designation yet, but I consider it to be one. I like this comment here from Foul 5 Ball. It says, I don't mind centering, bad centering. If it came from the factory that way, I don't mind. I love that there's people out there that just centering isn't what it's all about for them, because so many people it is the way, but it's not. It's important to understand that not everybody that collects cards puts centering as the number one most important criteria for a card's condition. I don't. I put registration up there. Surface and registration to me is more important than centering. But then I have centering. So I just think it's nice to point out. And thank you, Jeremy Foul 5 Ball, for pointing that out. Currency Project says, do you think most collector investors prefer a single larger patch over the 3-window memorabilia cards? Talking about this Pat Mahomes right here. Yeah. What do you think, Adam? Do you think that's what people mostly prefer?
I was sort of just sitting here thinking about that same question. I think it's a great question. On that Mahomes, you're looking at 3 really cool, unique pieces. And I think it looks really cool like that. But in general, yes, I think the Currency Project I think that's probably right. People want the bigger singular patch if they can get it. But I think it's definitely one of those sort of like, it depends on the aesthetics, it depends on the design, and it depends on the collector.
So yeah, and now we're getting some opinions coming in here in the chat. Well, Deep Value says I prefer patches over tags all day. Don't get the tag thing. Yeah, I'm not a fan of tags like laundry tags, but these are like actually pretty okay tags. They don't speak to me like your standard regular tag does. And this is patch right here. So, and it's the same patch that's used on a lot of his RPAs, the lower numbered one. So I think that's pretty cool. And then Collectors Canada says there's so many different RPAs today. I only really care if it's game used. I think that's a great point to put out. Deep Value says single patch. That's nice for sure. And Mitch says at least in what I know with hockey, the Cup Foundations cards don't usually outsell limited logos despite being out of 10 versus out of 50 for the limited logos. And yeah, that's a fair point in hockey too, limited logos. So the bigger patch outsells for smaller patches, but doesn't mean that everybody that's going to be everybody's choice. And then Vintage wanted to compare 33 Gaudy number 92 to 160 for Lou Gehrig. Yeah, for me, I like the 92 myself. The lower number just speaks to me a little bit more. All right, Adam, you ready to move on?
Let's do it.
Ooh, here we go. So now we have the regular non-champ ticket Brady rookie at 34,000. That is autographed. We've got a 84 star 101 autographed Michael Jordan. The autograph only has a grade of an 8. The car has a grade of a 7.5. I have to look and see, why is this autograph graded so harshly as an 8? And it must be just the streakiness in this stroke here, maybe a bit over here, but like, I don't know. That's why I'm not a fan of grading autographs. Like, this autograph presents just fine to me. I'd be A-okay with this in my collection as an autograph. So yeah. And I also love, and we've said it before, Adam, I love that this card is off-centered side to side. It's also off-centered top to bottom. The centering is, I don't know what the centering grade would be, probably a 7, just based on the overall 7.5.
Yeah.
We've talked a lot about the, well, why don't you address this before I talk about this McDavid?
Yeah, you and I have talked about it before. A Jordan autograph on a rookie card is really just a wonderful thing, and it's highly desirable. I'm with you. I see that 8 on the slab, and I think it does a disservice to the card. That's a beautifully detailed and penned Jordan autograph. Personally, really like the black on it too. I think it just looks great. I don't mind the 7.5 grade. I just love autographed Jordan rookies. I know you don't do a lot of in-person type autographs. Does that appeal to you though, when you see that like autograph on that card?
I think it's cool, but the thing that it doesn't appeal about it to me is that like he basically wrote right over his head. Like, yeah. I don't like that. It's covered up, a percentage of the surface of the card. So because it's in a thick Sharpie, that really strikes me right away. He went like he basically wrote over his eye. So, maybe I'm nitpicking.
Yeah.
Generally higher level, no, I'm not into in-person autographed cards, vintage or anything, especially ballpoint autographs. I just don't like ballpoint autographs on cards. I don't mind some with like a calligraphy pen. Those can look like Babe Ruth did a lot in with, I forget what those pens are called right now, but he did a lot of those. So, but as is said right here, Deep Value says in-person autos are the newest little bubble, calls it a baby bubble, Ben Diamond agrees. I think that there's just more and more people collecting them right now because they like the fact that the player held the card and signed it. And I don't fault them for it just because I don't want it. Fountain pen, thank you, Currency. Just because I don't want it in my collection doesn't mean that I don't understand why other people do. And right now, for the past year now, I guess, we've seen a lot of kind of high-ish profile Instagram accounts talking more and more about autograph, like, in-person autographed vintage rookies. So I get it. I think it's a trend, but it might be one that's never going to end because it makes sense. It makes sense to me.
It really makes sense. So I'm a little bit on the opposite end of the opposite end of the coin on this, and that it means that I really like the autographs, the in-person autographs on cards like this, because I think it's a way that sort of creates rarity in cards that aren't rare, right? And so the Star Jordan's probably not the best example because the Star Jordan is a pretty rare card. There's, like 1,000 or 2,000 or something across all of the population reports. So it's fairly rare on its own. But like you look at a lot of other cards, significant cards, and even including this card, it's made a lot rarer because it's been signed by Jordan. I get what you're saying also about him holding it in person. The thing that I also wanted to say real quick is your context that you just added, Jeremy, your eye is great, because I didn't even look at the fact that his autograph goes over his face or, over the name in Chicago. Now that I see that to me is something that I wish wasn't there. I wish he'd signed it, an inch lower on the card. I'm with you there, but I still just really like it. I would love to own a Jordan rookie that's been held by him and signed. And again, because there's not very many of them. I mean, if there's anybody out there who's willing to do this real quick, go look at the Beckett and the PSA pop reports real quick and check to see how many autograph copies of this card are out there. I'll bet it's a number less than 25. And that to me is really cool.
All right. So let's a couple of comments that have come in I'd like to bring onto the screen here. First of all, Will S says grading autos is dumb, too subjective. Just authenticate and let the buyer decide. I'm in that camp, because the other problem with grading an auto is that autographs can fade if not stored properly, and then the grade becomes just null and void altogether. So I think if I was, it doesn't make sense to me either. Listen, I can say I do get it. I mean, hey, it's more fees for the grading company, so I get that. And people want that additional number. It's another selling point or an appreciation point. But yeah, it's not something that I care about having in my collection. Ben Diamond says, if you didn't personally see the guy sign it, it's a little sketchy to me. I mean, there's been a lot of cards autographed that change hands, though. So I think that's a fair position to take. That's a very conservative approach to take. And you're probably best off just to not collect autographed cards unless you get them autographed yourself. I think a lot of people do collect that way, and I 100% do support that. Mitch wanted to know, Adam, do you have any concern over this particular MJ auto? Beckett has let a few sneak past before, and this one's obviously not Upper Deck authenticated. But before you answer that, I did notice Jared's comment here that he pointed out that this auto looks vintage, could have easily been signed in the 80s. Now, my personal belief is that the autograph authenticators at BAS are the best going. They are the ones that were PSAs before PSA lost them, had to scramble to get new autograph authenticators. And my understanding from knowing some people who've been in the autograph business, not just authentication, but the autograph business for decades, is that the best guys are at BAS. For that reason, I trust it, but I'm not going to say oh, it's 100%. They get it right 100% of the time. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's where my faith would lie, is with Steve Grad and Brian Sobrero and Zach and all the guys at Beckett Authenticating Services. But Adam, what about you?
Yeah, I love your comments there. I believe you had, if I remember right, you maybe even had a few of those guys on your show at one point. And I remember listening to them, whether it was on your show or another place, talk about where they'd sort of learned the things they'd learned, and it made me have a good feeling about Beckett as authenticators. In fact, I've sent most of my autographs. I had a Karl Malone autograph that I knew was real that I sent, and I had the choice between Beckett and PSA, obviously, and I chose Beckett for some of those same reasons. The other thing is, I know for a long time that Jordan didn't sign the Fleer rookie or some of those early Fleer cards because he was an Upper Deck employee, but Star didn't have the same background. I think if I remember right, Star maybe was even owned by the NBA or some other agency that was separate from like a Fleer. And so there might have even been a time where Jordan was allowed to sign the Star and not the Fleer. And I may be wrong on that. I've heard some things about that, but I'm kind of dicey on that. So the autograph does look older to me. It looks like it's got more detail in it. And so this is where trusting the authenticators is sort of what we have to do, because as somebody pointed out, it's not pack inserted, but we've seen pack inserted autographs that we find out later aren't real too. And so it's always sort of you've got to do your research.
Yeah, I think that we're saying they're not real, but they were sent back by the player to the card company. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying that makes them real. I'm just saying that how would you know, sort of thing. But still a very appropriate comment there. Rage says, I only use JSA as I trust them over all other options. And JSA definitely has a great reputation, but I don't think any authenticator gets it right 100% of the time. Here we have a 2020 Metal Universe Connor McDavid Retro PMG Green PSA 8 at $6,750. Price seems a little bit light to me, but it's not a rookie year card. He's had PMGs before this, so including a rookie PMG from his 2015 rookie year. Maybe why this green PMG McDavid is priced as low as it is right now. Let's keep on going, Adam. Oh boy, I'm sure you love this card. I do too. The Black Diamond Rainbow LeBron James rookie card. This is numbered out of 10. Only 10 copies. Perhaps one of his rarest rookie cards. I consider it an RC. I know some people say it's not an RC because it's not the base, it's a parallel. And I know I'm not, I don't, for me, it's as good as an RC, even though it's probably not for some other people. It's a BGS 9.5. It's a True Gem Plus, population 6. So 6 of the 10 have been graded, or fewer, but some have been resubmitted. We just don't know what the true pop is, but it's a max of 6. This is a 10 grand right now, Adam. This seems low to me. It feels low for a LeBron James. Like, Black Diamond has been around for so long. It's got good brand equity. The image is really cool. He's coming out of the card. He's launching at you as you look at it. And there's only 10 of them. And look at the grade. How is this not worth? I don't know. Maybe it's where LeBron is at or the market's at right now. But, I feel like, I'm going to say it, like 2 years ago, this would have been 50, 60 grand.
Yeah, I think you're right. Everything that you say, I would agree with. The fact that it's got that serial number in holofoil just on the left side there really stands out. And I really like Black Diamond. Black Diamond, like you pointed out, has been around for a really long time, and it really is. Grotman Cards is right. It's a beautiful card in hand. The question of, like, if you were to build a list of LeBron James rookie cards from most iconic to least iconic, where does Black Diamond fall? It's not in the top quarter. It's probably not in the top third. It's probably somewhere in the second third, or it's not a well-known card for LeBron's rookie year. And that's the only thing that I can point to say why it's so low. It's still $12,000. That's not nothing. That's a lot of money, and we have a long time to go. But for me, Jeremy, I look at this card and I go, that's really cool. Aesthetically, it's impressive. It's super rare. It's from his rookie year. I love the different, unique image of him. And so as the years pass and we get out of this period where we're seeing a lot of the big stuff turn over and over and over, this is the sort of card that I just see, like, people who are big-time collectors having on their want list, and the card never comes up for sale.
And then the last point I'll make on is that there are so many LeBron collectors out there that want all of his cards, or all of his rookie cards, or all of his rookie year cards. This is one of the toughest ones to find. So I don't know. I think it's a really cool card. One of those sort of under the radar. I think it's a savvy pickup, in my opinion. But
I agree.
I can't tell the future. So. All right, next up, a 2007 UD Chronology, Stitches in Time, Michael Jordan auto patch out of 25. I love the card, Adam. Like, I love the gold foil on card auto. Look at how he perfectly placed the autograph in the space given. He didn't waste any room. Nice picture of him, some nice detail there, foil detail. I mean, this is just a classy looking card. 2-3 color patches in there. BGS 9, the lowest grade are corners at an 8.5. I love it. I love the card. How much is this thing right now? 21,000 plus 42. So 25.2 right now. Man, it's not cheap, but it's a beautiful card, right? Like, what do you think?
Yeah, Chronology, I would argue, is in a lot of ways maybe viewed as like the second set of the era. Some people would say, no, it's Ultimate Collection, and that might be true, but Chronology only has a couple of years, and their autograph patches are just amazing. I always talk about holofoil, and I'm always like, holofoil is amazing, and I'll talk about why holofoil, because it really brings a card sort of together. This doesn't have holofoil. It's just a plain gold foiling around the card that is etched, but with the design, with all of the intricacies of the pattern. And look at the patch window. Look at all that's going on. It's not even just a simple N or a J, but it's intricate. It feels premium. It feels special. It feels different. And then, your point about the autograph and the patch it's spot on. Those are about as two of the nicest patches you can find. The autograph fills the space exactly like you want it to.
Yeah, well centered.
It's a piece of art, which is what Chronology was about, right? The Chronology is, most of the cards are artwork type cards, and so great card.
Great card for sure. Currency Project says when Upper Deck nails a card design, they nail it. Yeah, they nailed that one. Jordan Riker is asking what time do these auctions typically end? About 10:30 Pacific. No, a bit earlier, about 10 o'clock Pacific usually. I believe they end. And then we have this Tatis, Adam. This is a Fernando Tatis Jr. Bowman Chrome, Blue Refractor, 150 copies produced, on-card auto. This is a BGS 10 black label. So, this might be the one time where I can understand people like buying the slab and not the card. And I'm not saying do it. I'm not saying do it. But the BGS 10 black label is the most elusive slab among human grading companies right now. So, and it's got the dual 10. This is very attractive to slab collectors, and there's a lot of slab collectors. So I can see people going hard after this card. But and here, listen, Deep Value says buy the card, not the grade. That is my rule. That is a rule for me. It's like, it's as important as collect what you like, not what other people like. But I do understand why people love this black label. I've never owned one. I don't ever plan to own one. I would never pay the premium myself, but I understand that it is an important slab in the hobby and that people do go pretty crazy for them. Adam, anything to add on that?
No, I think you said it perfectly.
Well, thank you. That's a big compliment. So Deep Value says, guys, this is something I point out all the time. The 2016 Tatis Blue that we were just talking about is currently at double the price as the gold out of 50 in a 9.5. Just silly. And it's a fair comment, right? Like, you have to sometimes take a step back and say, is that extra grade point worth, or from a 9 to a 9.5 or a 9 to a 10 in PSA, is it worth all the extra money? And it's up to each person to decide. Deep Value doesn't think so, and I think that's fair. But some people want the best of the best. If you got deep pockets, all the power to you.
Let me comment on that, because I'm the exact same way as Deep Value is. There's not a card in my no, I don't want to say that. There's very few cards in my collection that I own because of the grade. I don't personally care about the grade the way that the hobby does. And when I say the way the hobby does, like, look at some of the pricing out there, the way that something will move when it changes from a 9 to a 10 or an 8 to a 9. I personally don't really care. I don't. Most of my cards I own because I love the card, and it has nothing to do with the grade. But as much as we say buy the card, not the grade, Jeremy, as much as we say that, we've proven as a hobby that we really freaking care about the grade, like, a lot. And so this 10 right here, you point out, this is the elite in the hobby. It's the highest of high. And Deep Value's point about it's more than the gold. That's because some people value this way more than they value a gold. And that's fine. It's not how I collect. It's not how you collect. It's not how Deep Value collects. But I think it's probably wrong for us to suggest to other people how they ought to collect. And I agree with both of you. I'm the same way. But some people really just want the highest grade, and good for them.
Next row, we've got 3 cards that I feel we've already seen, or at least variations of them. We have the Mahomes and TRPA, the natural one out of 99 and a BGS 8.5 at $24,000. We have a Tatum flawless We saw his NT earlier. I love the flawless. I think the flawless just it just makes NT look Bush League to me. It's so nice. This is what a beautiful card. I love it. I just love flawless over NT. It would be my choice every day of the week. This one's out of 10.
Real quick, Jeremy, on that card, Boston's in a really interesting spot right now. They were down 0-3 and they won again tonight. They're now down 3-2 or 2-3, excuse me. They've got a really real chance of being the first team ever to come back from an 0-3 deficit. And so, there are people who are buying these cards tonight. That's one of the nicest Tatum cards that exists. It might be a real interesting buying season for Tatum right now, because if he can do that, if he can be part of the first team ever to come back from a 3 deficit, that would be really meaningful.
Yeah, no doubt. A comeback like that is huge and gets the attention of the hobby. And we have a BGS 9.5 Michael Jordan rookie at 55,000. When we saw the SGC 10, it was at 50. They're both gem mint, so we'll see how those cards end. Fan123 says wrong. Buy the grade over the card. Easy flip and more liquid. Give me a 10 over a cleaner 9 all day. Fan123, by these comments, let me see if I can analyze you and your hobby approach. So you came into the hobby in 2020, maybe 2021. These are guesses, but I'm going to say you came to the hobby in 2021, most likely, and you're a flipper. You're not a collector. So when Fan23 puts this comment in the chat and says wrong, Fan123 is wrong, grossly wrong. This is a Fan123 has just committed a gross misconduct in the hobby by telling everyone else how to approach the hobby when they've only been in the hobby for about 3 years, from what I can assess from this comment. And it's an important comment to highlight because it just shows us that there's a lot of people in the hobby that operate this way. And I'm not saying it's wrong for them. It's certainly wrong for me. I would never approach the hobby that way. I will take the cleaner 9 over the 10 all day because I'm not a flipper. I'm not going to flip that card. I'm going to hold that card for 1 to 25 years, somewhere in that span. If you're a flipper, maybe buy the 10, but you also have to pay more for that 10. So I think there's all sorts of wrong with this comment from Fan123. And just speaking to Fan123, if you'd like to try again, please do, because I'd really like to see you grow tonight during the show. I think that'd be awesome. More comments here. Ben Diamond says Heat dealing with injuries. Fan123 says Tatum biggest risk reward right now, perhaps. Right. Currency Project says 10-minute game misconduct. Yeah, right. And Mitch says can't wrap my head about not caring about the card in the hobby of collecting cards. Yeah, I think I can, if I'm Mitch, I can understand it if I'm Fan123. Just came in the hobby for money, not to collect, to flip. So it's a business approach. It's not a hobby. It's not a hobby for Fan123. It's a business, from what I can gather, and that's fine. I mean, everyone's welcome in our hobby. Let's bring out Karn Rai, everybody. Karn, you get to come on. There he is. Welcome to the show, sir. How are you?
Good. What's up, guys? How's it going?
Well, we got off to a shaky start. My audio was faulty, but we are up and running now. We got over 120 people watching, and I have to start out by asking you, are you bidding on anything tonight?
I am, and I was gonna actually ask you guys, what should I go for? I'm like in between 2 cards right now. I'm gonna choose
this one. This LeBron Black Diamond out of 10.
Okay, so I'm it's a part of my list. I did bid on that one as well.
Can I guess? Can I make a guess, Karn?
Okay, so it's 2 cards. You can make the guess on those 2.
So I'm probably way off, but the Topps gold LeBron James rookie.
That was on my list as well, so not off. Not off.
Okay.
Okay, so it is 2 LeBron cards. Jeremy, you want to guess?
The RPA?
No, I already bought that one. So
yeah, no. I thought maybe you were gonna, the dollar cost average up or down. I don't know.
The gold contemporary.
Oh, the X Fractor.
Already have the gold contemporary. Okay, you guys are missing right now. So it's actually the incredible inscriptions. PSA 10 with the gold NBA. versus the SB Authentic out of 50. A card I really yeah.
So this one here.
Yeah, that one there. So that card sold for $102,000 last year. So obviously at quite a bargain price in comparison. A BGS 9 with the 9 auto, and the 9 auto was very, very faded. Did like 8K or something like that. So it still seems like great value to me. And then there's the BGS 9.5 LeBron James SP Authentic out of 50. That's the one I'm kind of toying with both. I'm waiting for half bidding to get enabled, and then I'm going to go in.
When does half bidding start? Is that after an hour and a half of extended?
I don't know when it happens, to be honest.
I thought it was at 1 minute. Am I wrong?
I know it happens like near the end when the auction's kind of
already there. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong.
Well, we're going to go on to page 3 now, guys. We've been taking our time going through pages 1 and 2 along with the earlier audio issues. So let's keep on rolling. And Karn, I'll call on you for your thoughts on any of these cards. Here we have, we're bookended with a KD and a Giannis auto patches, both rookie year. And then we have in the middle a Tom Brady NFL shield. I don't know if it's a traditional shield. It looks to be a different kind of shield. It says equipment shield. So this isn't your main NFL shield patch, I don't think, but it's a 101, $27,000 right now from 2008 Leaf certified. I don't know anything about this card. Do either of you guys know about this card? No? Okay, then let's talk about the basketball cards. We have the Giannis is out of 99, 77 out of 99. The KD is out of 50. Really cool patch on the KD. Oh, it's a limited logos. So that's an exquisite limited logos from 07 out of 50. Beautiful card. I mean, how can you not love any year of limited logos, really? And then the NTRPA, again, I don't love NT, but I understand it's very, very important in our hobby. So it's going to command big dollars. Of course, it's already at 84K out the door here. Adam, what about you? Comments on these 3 cards, and then Karn, anything you'd like to add?
The Giannis stands out because of the 3-color patch, and that's a big deal on that card. A lot of those are 2 colors, and so being a strong 9 with the 3-color patch is awesome. But Jeremy, I'm with you. I look at that patch on that limited logos, and that's just a beautiful Kevin Durant. And so the price differentiation there, you know why they're so different. It's because one is like the insert to the rookie, and one is like that's the Giannis card. But I love the look of that, KD.
How about you, Karn? Any comments on these cards in this row?
Yeah, I think Giannis. I think Giannis is a little fascinating right now. It seems like his interest is kind of dwindling, and I don't know why, but it almost seems like the Giannis fan is kind of going towards Jokic right now. That's kind of the sense I get in the market. That card, 3-color BGS 9 NT did about 110K just 3-4 months ago. So at $84,000 all in with the BP. It seems like, Giannis is seeing a little dip in pricing, and that's probably because of that early playoff exit. And it's interesting to see what his cards are doing.
And it's harder to buy a card when a player isn't performing, even though it's cheaper than when he is. Like, it's harder to buy LeBron right now for a lot of people. So that's when you have to go. You have to be contrarian. You have to go against the grain. Zag or zig when everyone's zagging, however that one goes, and take that risk, put yourself out there. I think that's
and on that, Jeremy, that's exactly what I'm doing with LeBron, and maybe I'll lose really badly, but at the same time, there's a lot of rare out of 25 rookie cards up in auction on this PWCC auction here, and it's like the out of 10 Black Diamond. It's like, should I go with this card? I might not see it again, even if LeBron cards continue to go down in value. So
only 10, right?
Yeah, it's out of 10. That's a rare.
To me, that's a pretty seriously small population to choose from. All right, so next row we have Adam's favorite card in the hobby, the 04 Exquisite Collection Bill Russell number pieces out of 6 with a gorgeous 3-color patch. I mean, the auto looks phenomenal as well. It's a BGS 9. This is such a great card. I love this card. Ultimate Collection LeBron rookie out of 250. Another great card. And then we have an Acuna gold refractor out of 50 with the NBA gold sticker as well. This is a Gem 10 Auto 10 by PSA. 18.5 on that right now. Adam, got to get you talking about, if nothing else, this Bill Russell card. And then Karn, I want to hear from you on the importance of this LeBron.
So the Bill Russell is the second year of Exquisite, and the number pieces insert is awesome because it's limited to the player's jersey number. And so for those of you who aren't familiar with the set, if a player has a really low jersey number, then you're going to really have a hard time finding those cards. And so we didn't see one of this card for years. And then finally, a very famous collection came to the public, and that's why we've seen a few of them since then. It's one of the best Bill Russell cards in the world, I would say. Other than the 2003 number pieces, it would be the best patch auto card of Bill Russell in existence. But I just want to say before we go to Karn on the LeBron, I've never been, so changing gears here, I've never been a huge LeBron guy, right? Like as far as buying his stuff, I've been opportunistic here and there, but I'm with Karn on this. He's dropped so much that if there was one card in the auction tonight that I would buy, it would have been that gold LeBron that I mentioned to you, Karn. The way that his stuff has fallen has left, in my opinion, a real opportunity for people to get in now. And it's not unlike what happened at the end of Jordan's career, right? It's like when he was leaving with the Wizards for the final time, stuff really softened. And then we know what's happened since then. It feels like maybe we're going through the same thing right now with LeBron. Are you thinking the same thing, maybe, Karn?
Yeah, exactly that. And I think there is a lot of LeBron cards, right? And I think he shot up there as kind of the most in value during kind of our COVID peak there. So I think we're seeing that downsizing in collections right now. You're seeing a lot of these cards come to auction. You see a lot of these ultimate LeBrons come to auction. I full transparency, I bid $27,000 on the ultimate. It's considered as number 2 true rookie card, and it's a beautiful looking card. And this card used to sell for $35,000 in 2018 before people even came into this hobby. So the fact that it's starting to trade at that number is pretty surprising to me, and at the same time, it seems like a good opportunity to continue to buy them. And I do have a kind of a buy list price on them. Like I bid up to them every single time I see it, and if I end up winning them at that number, I'm just gonna keep buying them because I do believe it's a beautiful card, and I think LeBron has lasting power in this hobby. And everyone has an opinion on LeBron, whether you love him or you hate him. He's at the tip of the tongue of every single person. So. Yeah, he's always interesting for me.
You're on mute, Jeremy.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments, guys. I want to go to some comments now in the chat. Fan123 lets us know that he's been in this game since the early 2000s, but a PSA 10 will always hold longer value, and be more liquid than a PSA 9 all day. I'll always pay the extra $1 to $3K for that 10. I mean, if that's what works for you, Fan123, keep it up. You've been in the hobby longer than I thought. Your comment to me sounded like someone who's only been in the hobby for a couple of years, but you've been in it for 23 years or 20 years. Keep doing what you're doing. If it's working for you, not gonna fight you on it. And good luck. I mean, we need people to move cards around the hobby. So thank you. What is up, Cardboard Richard? Good to see you. Keeps on getting outbid. Nice looking cardboard, says the Giannis. Not uncommon, but so special. Fan123 says Jordan Brady, best investments long-term, buying up all the dips. I agree. That's I think that makes a lot of sense to me. And LeBron could almost be in that category too. If I were taking that approach, I would add LeBron to that personally, because yeah, you might have gotten swept in the conference finals this year, but 5 years from now, I don't think anyone's going to really remember that. They might remember it, but they're not going to care so much. Trevor Coulter says that Brady's a true shield patch from the neck of the jersey. Oh, thank you, Trevor. They used to use those on the Reebok jerseys. Thank you for that, Trevor. Appreciate the comment. Ben Diamond says, can't we just collect and not fight? Yeah, that's as we should. Fan123 says that Brady long-term going to be worth 100K. I think he's talking about this one right here, which is, I wish I could see the future like you can, Fan123. That's a talent I just don't have yet. Deep Value says, Jeremy, you were talking about the Brady out of 100 not seeming rare with seeing it all the time. I feel the same about this LeBron Ultimate. Seems to be everywhere. Karn, can you just sort of speak to that?
Oh yeah, it is. It's the funny part is it actually disappeared for a long while from like 2018 to 2019. There was about one auction or two auctions, so it has the ability to be locked away in collections. We've seen it before, but right now we see 3 to 4 every single month, and that's why I think we're seeing that major downward pressure. That card was $180,000 at one point, and now it's down to 35, 36. So yeah, I completely agree.
All right, let's move on to this next row. Adam, we have an SP Signature LeBron Jordan Magic triple auto, BGS 9.5. The auto's all got a 10. It's at 18,250. Tells us that we know that half bids are now engaged. Pretty cool looking card. I don't mind the design, actually. I'm going to go out on a limb and I'll just ask, are these sticker autos? Do you know, Adam? And you are now the one who's muted, buddy.
I love it. I don't know.
Yeah, they are. They definitely. I think so. I mean, if not, it's a horrible design because it looks like it's stickers. I would never design a card to look like it has stickers, but I don't mean that. I actually really like the aesthetic of this card. It's pretty cool.
SP Signature for most of their cards was always stickers, so I believe you're probably right.
So triple auto, you got the right guys there. Maybe some people would swap out Magic for Kobe, but I like this card a lot. I like that combination. We got an 09 Mike Trout blue refractor out of 150 PSA 10 Pop 2 67.5. I mean, that's an affordable way to get into a Mike Trout autographed rookie refractor. And then we have the card that Karn was talking about before, the SP Authentic Gold, the SP Limited Gold out of 50. LeBron rookie on card auto, $38,000. It's a BGS 9.5. The auto's got a 10. It's a True Gem Plus. So here we go. I mean, actually, before you guys pipe in, I'm going to go to Deep Value's comment right here. Again, with this PSA 10 blue Trout out of 150 at 67K, when the last BGS 9.5 gold out of 50 just did 76. So I think he's saying that this card, that he'd rather have the gold 9.5 out of 50 for around the same number. But not everybody operates that way, I guess. So, Karn, what do you know about that?
Yeah, actually, me and Deep Value are jibing right now because that's exactly what I thought. Like looking at this card, it seems pretty strong for what we're seeing. I would take the 9.5 gold all day over the blue refractor, but at the same time, it's a Trout is someone that is a great. I think he's a GOAT, and a lot of his cards are down in value in general. And this is an old label PSA 10, and that blue auto really looks striking with that design as well. So it's a nice card.
It really is. And then this is a card you're interested in tonight. You may be, for all we know, you're the lead bidder on it right now. Anything you want to say about that, or do you want us to stop talking about it so you can bid on it?
I say it all the time. One of the main reasons I think I'm very nostalgic with this card is it reminds me of Hockey Roots, which is the Future Watch auto. For me, this is the LeBron James Future Watch auto, and this one's the out of 50 version. And it looks like it got a bid. It's at 40,000, so I might be out, but I'm still in on the other one. And the out of 10 started getting intriguing to me too because you kept talking about it, so it seems like I'm bidding on that now too.
And just a shout out to Rage in the chat. Rage, we were talking about that before. So good luck to you and your Celtics on completing that comeback. That would certainly be epic. Deep Value makes a good comment here. And I mean, he's saying it to Fan123, but I think it's just I just like the comment as a standalone comment. It's not about a PSA 9 versus a 10. It's about actually getting a better card. And there are people who will pay more for a lower grade card because it's nicer. It happens all the time. maybe not a strong 9 versus a weak 10, but a strong 6 over a weak 7. People are going to pay way more for that strong 6. At least many people will pay more for that. But Fan123 comes back and says, for me, liquidity matters and PSA 9s just don't hold. But they sell. The liquidity means is someone going to buy it? And yes, they are. I mean, PSA 9s sell just as quickly. All you got to do is put it up for auction. You're going to get your sale. Not everybody can afford the PSA 10.
Just to help Fan123's argument a little bit, I completely agree with you, Jeremy. But at the same time, he does have a point in that, look, there's been times where I have a PSA 10 copy of a card and a PSA 9. And you're right. Maybe newer people in the hobby, they go towards the PSA 10. So it does become a little bit more liquid because of that. However, us collectors that really want to dig deep into what is the better buy, we might go for the strong PSA 9. But I don't think he's wrong in saying that a PSA 10 in some cases is a lot easier to sell.
Fair enough. Fair enough, I guess, at a card show, because if you just list your card for sale on the PWCC Marketplace or other marketplaces, I think you're going to get your card sold in that 5 or 7 or 10 day auction window. But
yeah,
if you are
private sales, it probably makes a little bit more sense. Yeah,
fair enough. But look what Rage says right here. I'm selling the 10s ASAP and buying the fine 9s for my PC, and I'm seeing more and more people talking about doing that. So there might be a bit of a shift going on where the liquidity of 9s might be increasing because people don't want to pay the extra for the 10. I can see that also taking hold, but not to the point where it's going to overwhelmingly change the status of the hobby. Jordan Riker says liquidity is an interesting term in the hobby. Do some view it as a card that may quickly or easily sell at a card show or when posted on Instagram? Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at, Jordan. I think that's an interesting way to look at it. Ben Diamond, half bidding means that you can go in half increments. That's what half of the standard increments is what that means. And Rage says what I said. Remember, not everybody can afford the 10s. Very true. Goes on to say much easier to sell $5,500 cards than $25,000 cards. I know because I see it daily as a dealer. And Gerald Fortier still with us. MJ Draft Day Inc. is at $55,000. Adam, anything? You're having a nice break over there. What's going on, buddy?
I am. I'm enjoying it. Two things. I'm wondering if our friend Jordan Riker is bidding on the Dirk Nowitzki. I'll bet he is. I could be wrong. And Gerald, I'm watching the same thing. The Jordan Draft Day, I posted it this morning on Instagram. It was one of my most interesting cards to watch of the day because it's numbered out of 3. It's a card that us really geeky, weird, high-end basketball guys, Gerald, the guys like you and me know. So for it to be at 55 is a big thing, but it's clear that it got there quickly. Like there's 2 guys really duking it out for that card right now. So very interested to see what happens with that going forward.
All right, let's run through some more cards here, guys, a little bit quicker. This row here, we've got the Trae Young and the Ja Morant NTRPAs. Both of the, this one's out of 99. The Ja's out of 99. The Trae is out of 10, $14,500. It's a BGS 9.5. And the Ja is a BGS 9. It's a $17,000. This card, I have to think, is dipping in value because of because of his recent headlines. And then we have an absolutely stunning 1952 Bowman Mickey Mantle PSA 8. I want to get one of these. It's not high on my priority list, but I would love to add one of these. I have the 51 Bowman. Why not pair it with the 52? And I just love this image. I think it's just a beautiful card, beautiful artwork. I love it. But Adam, over to you on Ja and Trae. Trae just got a bid, by the way. Over to you on these 2 cards. Where's the market at on these right now?
You might remember a year ago when I bought, well, more than a year ago, because it was before I started PWCC, I bought a Ja Morant big time card here on the Premier Auction on our show. I paid $24,000 for it. As of today, it is worth somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000. Ja has taken an absolute beating, not because he's not amazing, but because the market has gotten hit, and nothing resonates worse in the market than when a guy turns out to be a complete knucklehead. And Ja, unfortunately, has proven that he's not somebody we can trust mentally at this point. Whatever you think about what he's done from a PR perspective, he's just been really unintelligent. And so it might be a great time to buy him because he's this incredible talent. But like, man, he's just got to get back on track with making good decisions. Trey's interesting because there's a question as whether, you know, Atlanta's going to want to continue to build around him or trade him, and he's really an elite prospect. So, you know, these are cards that are tied to the player's performance. They're well known and understood. I think you hit them both on the head.
Karn, anything you'd like to add about these guys?
Trey's got a little LA Lakers rumors going on, so well, that could help his values a little bit. But it's just Ja's just like, you just giggle about him because it's like, how do you do that twice in like the same month, basically? So yeah, and nothing to say about Ja. He's crazy.
Right. We have Cage in the house as what's up. The first Fanatics Premier Auction. This is history. Well, it's still branded PWCC, Cage, but we'll see what they end up doing with that. But for now, it is still PWCC, and until they change it, I'm not going to either. But we'll see. Hey, Cage and Rage, you guys rhyme. I wonder if you guys look the same. Are you guys brothers? Very nice to see the chat getting along. I like that. All right. Let's go to the next row, fellas. Okay, so, and I did take a peek before, but this is the second of 3 of these Patrick Mahomes 101s, these NFL gear cards. We saw the one earlier. We have this one here now, also a 101, and then there's this one down here with the 2 Nike swooshes and some patch in the middle. So somebody, I mean, if I'm a hardcore Mahomes collector and I have a lot of money, I'm trying to snap up all 3 of these. What other chance are you going to get all 3 of those cards? But I think this is a cool card as well. I like it. Just like nothing more to add from versus what I said on the last card. Finest gold refractor, Kobe rookie. Adam, I know this is an important card, special card, beautiful card. Actually, this is a card that when I first saw it, I didn't love the looks of it, but it's one of those cards that grew on me over time aesthetically. And now I think it's just a really, really cool card. This is a BGS 10 pristine. It's at $18,500 right now. And then the last card on the row is a 06 Exquisite Michael Jordan limited logos, numbered out of 50, PSA authentic. The auto has a 10, which is nice to see, even though, again, I'm not a huge fan of grading the autographs, but it is a 10 by PSA standards and a beautiful card. So who wants to jump in? Which one of you 2 guys wants to say something about any of these cards? Why don't we start with you, Adam, in the middle?
I mean, I'd love to talk about all 3 of them, but the Kobe being a pop 5 is important because, you know, if you were to make a list of the best Kobe Bryant rookie cards, in my opinion, this probably shows up 4th. The gold refractor. It's the chrome refractor. It's the EX credentials. It's the Flair Showcase Row 0, and then it's the finest gold. And so those are the big 4 cards. There's only 5 of them in this condition. It really matters. And so we didn't see one of these for something like a year and a half. And the last time we had seen it up until a couple of months ago, it sold for well into the 6 figures. So it shows you, we're talking about how much of a beating LeBron James big time cards have gone through Karn. Kobe's have done the exact same thing.
Adam, just to add a number to that card, BGS 10, 206,000 in 2021.
Yep. Not great.
This card here, 206,000. And someone's going to pick it up tonight for like under 30K, it looks like right now. So, you know, it's times they have changed. That is for sure. I was looking over some reels that from past episodes of Sports Cards Live, and there's one where I say that like now is the best time we've had to buy cards in the last 3 years, and I think that was from 3 months ago. It still applies. It applies again today. That same comment. Great cards across the board. Anything you'd like to add in there, Karn?
Yeah, I think I was just going to mention the fact that Kobe cards are kind of acting even more hyperbolic than the LeBron cards. It's just like the kind of the drop that we see with Kobe cards is even greater than LeBron, and it's quite shocking, I think. And the fact that this card is at 18.5 and it's once sold for 206. Where are all those guys that bid that up to 206 before? There had to be at least a few, so they should be looking at this card right now and chomping at the bits.
No one wants to say anything about the Jordan limited logos.
That card, I don't know if it's not from the 23, obviously, but the logo just reminds me of a 2, and it makes me like it more. Like, I don't know, it like looks like a 2 to me. That's my only comment on that. Aesthetically, it looks it's a fun card.
I mean, Jeremy, I'll talk about Jordan limited logos all day. We get desensitized to the amazing stuff that's in the Premier Auction, but between his first year in 2003 of limited logos to his last year in 2009, you've got like around 300 total limited logos cards of Jordan. And that's it. They're the best known autograph patch cards ever made. He's got only that many. Very few of them have as nice a patch as that one does.
And autos. Like the autos are usually kind of like faded or coming off. That auto is perfect on that card.
It's perfect. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's keep on scrolling down then. We have a Logo Man Kevin Durant 2015 Immaculate Collection. We have the third 1 of 1 from the Patrick Mahomes collection. And I like the comment. Where did it go? Someone put a comment. You get a 1 of 1. You get a 1 of 1. You get a 1 of 1. I can't find it. Oh, there it is up here. Right here. Collectors Canada. That made me chuckle. And we have another Kobe Finest Refractor with coating this time in a PSA 10 at $20,500. Anything here you want to add, Adam, now that we have the copy with coating?
Man, this is really interesting because the BGS 10 there's only 5, but it doesn't have the coating. I'm a big, and I know that there's always controversy around this. I always would prefer to have the coating, but I would prefer a BGS 10 over a PSA 10. So I don't know. I'm kind of lost here. I don't know which one of those two cards I'd rather have.
What about you, Karn? Coating or no coating?
I'm a no coating guy. I get the appeal of, pack fresh. It came with the coating, but for me, it just takes it when we're talking about beauty of a card. And I guess the beauty is in the nostalgia, but the beauty is on the card itself, not the peel on top of it. So for me, it's no coating.
Yeah, me too. They just look so much nicer without it. Why put a mask on your card, really?
And I
why
love
leave a mask?
Yeah.
Why leave the mask on? And
I love peeling that mask. It's like the best feeling ever, peeling one of those coating things off. So
do you guys like ripping your 1980 Topps cards in 3 pieces like they were supposed to be too? Do you guys feel good about that?
Different. Completely different.
You're actually ripping cardboard that way. The cardboard stays intact on taking peel off.
I'm just saying you were supposed to. It says on the cards you're supposed to pull them apart. I don't know. I don't know what the difference is.
You know what? One of my favorite things is like when you have a coated card and it's like completely garbage. Like there's a bunch of scratches on it. There's dirt. There's sticky stuff, and then you peel it and it's perfect underneath. It's like the most beautiful thing in the hobby.
I love the difference of opinion here, and I see both sides of it too. I think there's just different values, and for me, you can't put the coating back on. But from an aesthetics perspective, there's no question, Karn. I totally am with you.
Well, Cage insinuates that you're altering the card by taking the coating off it. So
no, it's conserving the card. It's conserving the card.
It's actually finishing the process of the card because it says right on it, peel to remove. So it's finishing the process. Maybe 1980 Topps basketball cards need to be perforated. Obviously not. All right, let's roll on. Let's roll on here. We've got another unopened case of basketball cards here. We've got an 07 Finest White X-Fractor Kevin Durant rookie 1 of 1 BGS 9. This seems like a big card to me. Adam, why is it only at $18,000? Why isn't this like $100K? KD's an all-time great. Like, why is it, top 20? Why is this card not 10 times this price right now?
So one thing is, if I remember right, there were several years of Finest where there were significant numbers of 1-of-1s. Like, I think in 2005, there's like 12 different 1-of-1s. This is 2007. It's a different year. I don't know how many there are this year. I believe there's at least a few. The other thing that we've talked about many times before is that KD doesn't have the same following as you would anticipate for how great of a player he's been. Maybe that's because he's played for so many different franchises. Maybe it's because some people view him as like front runner, going to a lot of good teams along the way. I'm not exactly sure. I really like Kevin Durant, but I think that lack of support from fan bases and from fans, and then because there's several one of ones, and because it's finest and not chrome, I think those are probably all some of the reasons.
And we have a wrestling card, the John Cena 1 of 1 Panini Prism Black BGS 9.5 at 13,000, to which Justin Wickheiser says, how the bleep is a wrestling card selling near the same price as a pair of game-worn Kobe Bryant shoes where he scored 42 points? The insanity. I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like, how is it? Because there's more people that want the wrestling card than the Kobe sneakers. Maybe because, I don't collect memorabilia. I have 1 or 2 pieces. Right there, I have a game, and they're now in a nice holder, a nice cabinet, game-worn Teemu Selanne hockey gloves. But, I don't collect mem. I want cards. So I would go that way. But from kind of a bird's eye view, I get the comment, Well, sorry, let me put it back up. I get the comment. It does kind of make you wonder, but the card hobby is strong. And Boston Authentic in the house says, looking at the limited logos, Jordan, which patch do you prefer? The actual patch from the later Bulls jersey or the painted on patch from the earlier? Actual. We're all nodding in agreement on that one. Boston Authentic, and good to see you in the house. Okay. KD switching teams, not helping his value, but will buy some to hold long-term with prices going lower, says Fan123. I think that's a smart play myself. And Joe Sakic says lots of black 1 of 1s have gone high, talking about the John Cena. All right, let's keep on rolling here. Ooh, we have a nice Ernie Banks card in an SGC 9. The centering looks to be a little bit high to me on this particular copy. Let's open it up. Let's open this one up. This has the superior eye appeal from PWCC. So top 5% of all SGC 9s they've seen. And the card looks good to me. Centering side to side is tougher to assess here, but I'd be going on the bottom here. You see the end of the jersey here to the right border here. That is how I would measure the side to side centering. But top to bottom, you got more room down here than you do up here. So it's off centered. It's sitting high on this cardboard canvas, but it doesn't bother me too much. Where I would like to see it be is if the width of this border here was the same width as above the Cubby logo here. That would tell me it was like perfectly centered, actually perfectly centered in both ways, but it isn't. But what this might tell me, because PWCC gave this their highest eye appeal, is that SGC 9s are generally not that nice for this card, because this one must be nice. It's like it's in the top 5%. So that's what I get from that card. Triple logo, man. Kevin Garnett, Tracy McGrady, and Damon Stoudemire. That is
Amari,
Damon, right?
Amari.
Sorry, Amari Stoudemire. Thank you. The old Beckett blue label. I don't think they do these blue labels anymore, but it's an authentic 101. Pretty cool card. And a LaMelo Ball NT RPA. Adam, please speak to the basketball cards, unless you'd also like to speak to the Ernie Banks.
Well, I love the Ernie Banks, but love always when you talk about vintage cards and the perspective that you give there. LaMelo's interesting because, he's been one of these guys that has been viewed as really one of the potential faces of the league, the best of the Ball brothers. And this isn't just his NTRPA. This is the NTRPA out of 8, I believe. There's only one. It's a pop 1. It's a great card. You just wish you could tell the future with this guy. Is he going to stay healthy? Is he going to be able to do something with that franchise that really has not had a lot of success in their history? And so it's a highly speculative card of a young player. It's not really the game that I play, but I get why people play it, because there's a huge potential reward there if he pans out.
Karn, anything you'd like to jump in with?
Yeah, I think I'd ask a question. Like, who would you rather invest in if you're investing in cards and speculating? LaMelo Ball or Ja Morant? We would, that's kind of like, LaMelo came right after Ja, and they were similarly valued at one point. Ja obviously exploded past him, but now you have Ja with his, issues, and LaMelo with his injury issues. But LaMelo seems to be selling still way less than Ja right now. So it's kind of interesting to see. Like I think I'd rather go with LaMelo just because I don't know if Ja's going to be in the league or anything in the next couple of years, right? So it's definitely interesting.
I hate that that's even a question, Karn, because I guarantee you, if a Grizzly fan just heard what you just said, they just are in the depths of depression now. Because I mean, that franchise, like, they had everything going for them. This amazing young coach, young players, great. Like, they had a chance to literally make it the finals last year, right? They were playing super well. Ja got hurt. Everything going for them in the whole world, and now they've had injury issues and the jaw off the court stuff. It's just, I mean, it's just such a reminder that, like, buying modern young guys is just fraught with risk. It just is.
2 gun incidences in a month type of risk. And the thing with that is, you can't expect him to not do it again because it's like you did it twice in a month. So it's like, I think I'd just rather buy LaMelo cards, even though Ja seems to be a lot more talented and a lot more explosive. But I don't know. I would rather go with LaMelo, I think. But like I said, Ja is still selling for more money. So that's interesting.
All right, I'm going to go to some comments that have come in. Sports Card Exchange says, everything looks better in a tux. Jay Lee, I respectfully disagree. I will not buy SGC cards in my collection. I hate the slab. Personally, I just don't like it. I think it just takes away from the card. Some cards look okay in them. This is just my personal opinion. Some cards look okay in an SGC slab, but for me, I just never like the slab. I respect the company. I respect how long they've been around, but until they get rid of the tux thing, I actually find it cringy, to be honest, that the hobby refers to it as that. I cringe at that, but that's just me. I much prefer a clear slab. I much prefer the look of the PSA slab, the CSG slab, for sure, the Beckett slab, and of course the nicest slab of all, the tag slab. In my personal opinion. So I respectfully disagree. Sports Card Exchange. 177 says, this is why I don't mind buying lower grade of MLB Hall of Famers, just on eye test and feel. Yeah, makes good sense to me for sure. Lots of comments, guys. Thanks everybody for being here. Greatly appreciate it. And the Hobby with Cage says, in Canada, tuxedos are denim. That's why Jay Lee doesn't like. No, it's a no, Cage. But Cage, you're also new to the hobby, so we're just going to ignore you, I think, for the rest of the evening. Okay, let's keep on going to page 4. Let's see what we got in the top row here.
Hey, real quick, as it loads, Groteman Card said, just burn your money at that point, LOL, because I think that was to Karn's question about Ja or LaMelo. And I'm not going to comment on it because I mean, obviously it's just a funny take. I think some of us collect the all-time greats and some of us want to collect, the newer guys, but I get that sense too. I wouldn't want to be buying either one of those two guys right now, to be honest.
Yeah, it's high risk, but there could be high reward there. Who knows? All right, let's continue on. We have an 04 Exquisite Logo Man, Dual Logo Man, Paul Pierce and Gary Payton 101. I mean, dual auto as well. That's a nice looking card. We have an 04 Exquisite LeBron James, number pieces. So this is the same card as the Bill Russell we saw earlier out of 6, except this is LeBron out of 23 with 2 one color white patches. And finally, an 03 Exquisite RPA Carmelo Anthony, numbered out of 15. And if I remember from watching Deep Values page, he just recently, I think Brent just picked up one of these cards. So congrats to you on that. Adam, talk about these two. Talk about all 3 of these basketball cards.
Okay, so I want to point out something that I think is really cool. Deep Value purchased, as you pointed out, I think correctly, that purchased last month a Carmelo Anthony RPA out of 15. We hadn't seen one of these, or we've seen very few of them over the years because it's his best card, right? It's the version that's numbered out of his jersey number. And when it comes to Exquisite, there's the RPA out of 99 And then there's the RPA out of the jersey number. And so for Carmelo, where his jersey number is 15, it's an elite card. We don't see him very often at all. Then one pops up. Deep Value buys it. We get 2 more in this auction. 20% of the run within 2 months, all hitting auction. In my experience, guys, that's the very best time to go buy. Because what's happening in that situation is you're having like, it's a flooding of the market. It's all the people who want one are getting them quickly, and it provides a great buying opportunity. If I was rich right now, and I'm not, I'm cash poor right now, that would be something that I would be looking at, because there's a very good chance a time will come where we won't see one of those again for a little while. The only other thing I want to say, I love the LeBron. It's great. The dual logo, man, I think is really cool, probably for something that most people don't realize, and that is that I believe in 2004, these two guys were actually teammates. They were both on the Celtics. And so there is actually like a rhyme and reason to those two on this card, which is kind of neat.
All right. Well, thanks for that. I'm going to do some comments. Karn's in deep thought there. Karn, keep doing what you're doing there. We're going to go back up to 3 minutes ago. Anthony George says, can't stand the SGC slab, but when I can get them, modern cards at a percentage of a PSA counterpart, I grab them all day long, graded, tough, and consistent, which I do respect that part. I refuse to have one on my PC, though. The other part about them I don't like is just they're too big. They're oversized. They don't fit well with the rest of your graded card collection. I guess if you only collect SGC slabs, that I could understand, but it's that black inlay. It just cheapens the whole presentation for me. Personal thought. I've always felt that way. And then I wanted to go to Justin is talking about Jaw will be the face of the league for the next decade. He's the most explosive and fun player to watch. I guess I need some more context, as everyone's upset because he was showing a gun. It's legal in the US. I think people recognize that it's legal in some places in the US, I guess, but it might just not be a good look. I think that's the criticism there, which I think is fair criticism. And then Cage, I can't ignore Cage when he throws out a good comment like this one. In New York, Melo is a legend, doesn't get the hobby love he deserves, but he was New York basketball for a decade, and the fans here love him. And Cage adds some value to the show. Thank you, Cage. Thank you for showing up. Appreciate that. Deep Value says many of the out of 99s also sold in past couple months. Someone got margined. KK, Gerald Forte, card rich, cash poor. Right on. Karn Rai, trying to see the reflection in Karn's eyes to see what he's bidding on. No luck so far. Love that. Justin Wickeiser says that's so on point. I find it cringy too. Yeah, calling it the tux is like, it's like, come on. Gerald says SGC has grown on me. I used to feel the same way as you do, Jeremy. I still feel that way. And Giamaz, I have a tuxedo cat and a few SGC slabs. Very good. 177 says Jabron has fans over 3 to 4 different age groups. I don't know if he meant LeBron there. I think he did, but that's a good point. He's been playing for so long. Tom Grant says Melo will be Dan Issel in 5 years. No one cares about Melo except a few Syracuse alums.
Oh, no.
I think that's just that's just trolling right there, Tom Grant. But I've seen you troll before, so not surprised. But hey, bring on the good stuff too.
Jeremy, right. on 1777's comment, I love my anecdotal research. I actually went to, I was at a party and my nephew's friends were there. They're like 6-7 years old. And I asked them who their favorite basketball player was, and they all said LeBron. And I was like, hey, if that age group is here, and it's because of Space Jam, that's like the only player they knew. And I'm just like, all right, I'm buying more LeBron cards. So I agree with that.
Collectors Canada says SGC is a cult. Either you love the slabs or hate them. I personally can't stand them. Yeah, I think that's kind of that explains it well. They're not appealing to everybody. So, but they are appealing to many, and they're known for being very good at grading vintage cards. I have 1 or 2 vintage cards in SGC slabs, and I'm okay with them. I just, keep them as they are. Okay. Next row, Jaylen Brown, NTRPA out of 5, and a Johnny Moore, the now second hardest 86 Fleer card to get in a PSA 10 holder at $22,000. I used to call it the most expensive base card there is, or unimportant, or maybe not base isn't right. The most expensive common in the hobby was the Johnny Moore. But who is it now? Is it Moses? Who is it, Adam? I can't remember.
So Jeff Malone, last I checked, is a little rarer. I think Johnny Moore still outsells him by just a bit.
Very good. All right, let's keep on rolling here. We're going to ignore the wax because it's just I don't have much to say about a cardboard box, but I understand we've got a whole case of Panini Flawless Basketball in here, 2-count box, so 2 boxes inside there, 14,000 for that. Pretty fun to open that for sure. And then we've got a Little Sun Prospects Derek Jeter PSA 10 authentic autograph, pop 1 of 3, 11,500. And then our second Acuna refractor of the night. This is the orange out of 25 at $20,000. Adam, I mean, we talked about the kind of I call it the oddball Jordan auto that's a premier card in this auction. This I look at as it's different, but it's also one of those sort of oddball type of cards that it's not your pack pulled mainstream card, but it's still pretty cool. It's at 11.5 already, so it obviously gets love in the hobby. What do you think of this Jeter card?
So I've long felt like the cards that are made at the beginning of a player's career, but that aren't licensed, are some of the most underappreciated cards in the hobby. Like, I love that you've got a super young Jeter rookie or Jeter here, a card that was made before his SP. I mean, it's older. It came before that. It was actually held by Derek Jeter and signed. I get that aesthetically it's not incredible and it's not licensed by the MLB and he's not in a Yankees uniform. I mean, I get all that, but like, I love stuff like this. I've got a few early autographs, like one of Kevin Garnett from when he was, he's in a high school uniform. I think that they're not worth anything compared to if they just had the logo of the league. But why does that matter so much? We all still recognize it as an official card. So I love stuff like this.
Yeah, I knew you would like that one. Karn, anything to jump in with over the last couple of cards we talked about?
No, but I'll say get your bids in early on things because I decided to last minute pivot to a card that I wanted. And I didn't think I was going to bid on it, but because I bid on it early, I was able to right now. And I just completely shifted my whole idea of what I was going to buy in the last 30 seconds. So.
Wow. Okay. Well, you're not going to tell us, are you?
No, not in this one.
Okay. Fair enough. Can't wait to find out what it is.
I'm going to go look at everything I'm going to go look at everything that's been bid on in the last 5 minutes just to see if I can figure it out.
It's not the LaMelo, just to say that just popped up. It's not that.
It's not LaMelo. It's not an SGC slab. I gotta think, and it's probably not Jaw. Okay, all right. Lou makes a comment here. Adam, which Jazz players are we buying?
I mean, I love Lou. I love this question. Nobody. I don't buy anybody who's modern. After I've lost 20 grand on my Jaw purchase, Lou, I can't buy anybody that's modern. Larry Markkinen was a great buy last year, and we should have all done that. But now he's expensive, so I don't know. Who do you think we should buy?
Let's take a look at this card here, guys. 1954 Topps Hank Aaron, one of my favorite vintage cards. PSA 6.5. It's a beautiful copy. The color is bold and strong. Registration, like he looks super in focus. A crisp image of Hank himself. Centering top to bottom looks to be bang on the way I look at it, which is from, above the letters and then the white at the bottom. But side to side is like really good. It's not perfect. There's even some slight counterclockwise tilt. It's slight, but it is there. But it's, everything else, the corners, the edges looked really they look really nice. Really nice. Bottom right corner, maybe not perfect, but it's not a perfect 90-degree angle, but it's good enough for me. That's for sure. A gorgeous copy of the card. Really, I just love looking at that card. And then we've got the dual sticker Jordan BGS 8.5. Let's take a look at this. I've never really zoomed in on this card on one of these Premier Auction shows, but let's take a peek at it because it is a neat card. It's a kind of card that, I would have pulled out of a vending machine as a kid, peeled it and slapped it on the crossbar of my bike or something. That, like I'm sure a lot of kids did that, but pretty cool. Adam, tell us a little bit about this card.
Well, you're right about the vending machine, right? It came out of a vending machine. It's got a blank white back. It's oversized. It is one of the best Michael Jordan stickers in the world. And the reason that I think that that's the case is not only because it's rare, but because of when it was made. Look at the year on it, Jeremy. I believe it's 1984.
Five.
The fact that it's
5.
Is it 85? Okay. So the fact that it's from, his either the latter part of his rookie year or the first part of his second year, that most of them, as Jeremy pointed out, have been stuck to bicycles or binders or whatever. Even if it's not, you don't look at that and think, oh, that's Michael Jordan, right? Because it's so nondescript. It's a rare piece of Jordan history. And if I remember right, there's like 100 of them that have been graded by PSA, probably around the same by Beckett. There's just not a lot of them to go around.
Yeah, it's a rare piece. It really is tough to find. You don't see them a lot, is what I'm getting at there. All right, let's keep on going. We have a Kobe Exquisite limited logos out of 50, BGS 8.5. Really nice patch. Auto looks really good. Oh, this is a big card. The 98 Peyton Manning PMG out of 50, BGS 9.5, Pop 2, $17,500. It feels like a steal to me, guys, just compared to what you look at the Jordan. This card in Jordan is like $250,000. How is Peyton Manning? I shouldn't say how. It is what it is. The market is what the market is. It just seems like good value here for Peyton Manning. Is, he's an all-timer. Like I think he's in the GOAT conversation. 17.5 when Jordan is, over 200 grand. I don't love the picture though, because he's not in his Colts uniform. And to me, that affects the desirability of it, at least for me. Adam, thoughts?
I like the way you phrased the end of your sentence there. It affects the desirability, at least for you. I think that the hobby at large has decided that matters. But I kind of question why that is. Like, it's the set, right? It's the set from Peyton Manning's rookie year. It's either this or the credentials. You and I would probably both, I don't want to go out on a limb and decide for you, but we'd probably go with credentials over this. I know I would. And other than that, this would be like the next big card that I'd probably be interested in finding, from the really artistic, cool Fleer stuff. And yeah, compared to a lot of the stuff that's out there, Jeremy, like 17.5 on this seems like a great deal.
It does. Another Kobe here, Black Mamba inscription on 07 Exquisite out of 25, a BGS 8.5 at $30,000. Adam, why is it at 30,000? Is it the Black Mamba inscription? Like, what does that double, triple, quadruple the value of this card?
Yeah, big multiple, whatever that multiple is. There's the National Treasures ones. I think those are pretty much the only ones with the Black Mamba inscription. I mean, I'll tell you, as a Kobe collector, I would love to have a Black Mamba inscribed Kobe autograph, and there's only a few in existence. And so I'm with you. That number's getting pretty high, but you don't see them pop up very often. We paint with such a broad brush sometimes, right? We've talked about LeBron and Kobe really decreasing in value, but we know what that really means is that some of their key cards have decreased a lot, namely their big rookie cards. But the stuff like this that is like collectors really want, that stuff hasn't taken the same sort of hit at all.
And we have a Luka Contenders Cracked Ice auto out of 25, Pop 14. So it's 25 of these made. It's a Pop 14 and BGS 9.5, 110. And this is at $14,500. Karn, let's get you back into the discussion. If you're available, are you available?
Doing a little bit of research right now.
Well, then go back. I can ask the same question to Adam. I want you to win a card so we can hear about it later. So, but anything, Karn, that you'd like to talk about as far as the Black Mamba auto goes, or this Luka, the Luka cracked ice contenders rookie auto?
Yeah, I think Luka is just so interesting because he was kind of the top of the whole, like cream of the top of all the NBA prospects, and he was beating LeBron in prices, and he's kind of fallen off quite a lot, and he played pretty well this season as well. I think his team is just not good enough, and I think that's affecting his values. And this cracked ice card, it's just one of the most beautiful cards he has, in my opinion. It just looks so aesthetically pleasing to me. The auto looks great, and just the design in general. And I'm a big fan of the Brady champ ticket, and that makes me really like just rookie tickets in general. So I love the design of this card, and I feel like Luka is getting close for me personally as well, as someone that I'm starting to get interested in and picking up cards with.
All right. Well, thanks for the comments. Thanks for the comments, guys.
I love how opportunistic Karn is. I love it because I try to be the exact same way. It's just as much about entry point as it is about exit. And everybody forgets this, right? Everybody wants to buy something when it's, they just want to buy it. But sometimes you look at something and you think, even though you want that thing, you realize you've already missed the boat. Buying is just as important as when to sell, and love that perspective.
I think buying is more important when to sell. It's finding that perfect buy point, and I don't know if today is the perfect buy point, but all you can do is you look at the research, you see where the market was, a couple of years ago before the flood of people. Where was the card and its value then? Then you can kind of assess what the floor could be if everyone leaves the market, right? And we're approaching that on a lot of different cards, and Luka's one of them. That's a tough one to say because Luka really exploded during COVID, but Luka is exciting as a player. And if I were to speculate on a young player, I think he'd be probably a top choice.
All right. Well, let's talk about the Dirk Refractor 98 Topps Chrome PSA 10. You were asking earlier if Jordan Riker was going to be the buyer of this card. Well, it said, and you know what? It does have a half bid, and Jordan Riker was asking about half bids earlier. So that makes me think maybe it is. There's only 12 of these in a PSA 10 holder. It's a pretty cool card. It's got to be one of the most awkward body positions I've seen on any rookie card in almost any sport. He just looks like he's falling backwards or something. I'm not off balance going back. I'm sure he isn't, but it's just always an awkward image on the Dirk rookie card. Pretty cool card overall. It is a nice card outside of his position. And then a lot of 2007 exquisite LeBron James auto patches, all out of 25, PSA 6 and 7s. 2 are autographed. This one isn't. So this is interesting. And then it's autographed on the box, on the exquisite box. And I remember Carvin Chung talking about conceiving this idea and getting LeBron to sign the boxes, 23 of them, numbering them and all that. So it's a pretty unique piece. With the original box. That's pretty neat. And then there's a box of 97 Metal Universe Basketball PMGs, 16,750. This is probably the coolest unopened box of cards from 1990 forward that there is in any sport and non-sport. I'll throw that in there too because it's way cooler than a box of Pokemon to me. But Adam, over to you on this row.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about all three of these items. So the Dirk, he has lots of rookies. If it's not his best one, it's one of his 2 best rookie cards. This and the SP Authentic are the best known Dirk Nowitzki rookie cards. I feel like over the last few years, as we've gone through the shiny card revolution, that this card has passed the SP Authentic. Some people would still point to the SP, but the thing that's great is that this, like so many other cards that are maybe older than this one, it has a tendency to have a centering issue, Jeremy. And so I've seen a lot of this card through the years. This is the first PSA 10 I've ever seen in open auction. And so, Jordan's saying right now, Adam, shut up, stop talking about it. But like the reason that I did some content on this one for PWCC was as soon as I saw it, I thought that's rare. We don't see a Dirk that often. It's funny that you mentioned the awkward pose because young Dirk was a little bit like a baby deer trying to figure out what he was doing, right? He was, you wondered whether he could figure it all out. And in the end, he became one of the best power forwards of all time and a guy who brought Dallas a championship. I hope Jordan wins this card tonight because I know how important it is. The everything you said on the box of Exquisite, just imagine Jeremy opening a box and seeing the outside autographed by LeBron James, serial number to 23, and then getting cards that match the serial number. The same serial number that's on the box is on each of those 3 cards. And then, I mean, how often is it that you can buy a box that you legitimately have a chance of pulling a $5 million card? The Jordan PMG green, if it exists and if it's in a box, if it's in that box right there, you've got a $5 million card. And so all 3 of these items, I think, have really interesting stories.
So funny comment here from Cards AH. Every time Karn stops talking, the mellow gets a bid. So don't know if there's any truth to that. Mark, Boston Authentic, says Jeremy slapped a Jordan Jewel sticker on his Trapper Keeper before he went to school. Sure did, Mark. Sure did. And Lou says the hobby is too busy pumping Malik Willis and Kenny Pickett. They can't be bothered with Peyton Manning. And then there was also another comment. I think it was it fan 123? No, it was Tom Grant said that Peyton Manning was like blah or something like that. And I thought, oh, that's an interesting. Oh, here. Peyton Manning equals blah. I mean, I don't know. The guy's very relevant still. He's on TV. He's in the hobby. I don't know if he's so blah, but that's fine. Leave him for everybody else. I think there's more than enough cards for everybody to collect. No doubt about that. Ooh, maybe the third hockey card. A SGC 9 Jean Beliveau in a plastic inlay tuxedo, as they like to call it. But we got to look at the card because I absolutely love the 53 Parkhurst Beliveau rookie. It's one of the most, I just love this card. I've owned a copy of this card for 25 years now. And this one, great edges and corners really, really nice corners and edges. The overall card stock it's pack fresh. I prefer my copies to actually have some toning to the borders. I wanted them to show their age a little bit. This one looks like it was literally pulled out of a pack and sat in a dark box for the last 70 years. So a very nice copy of this card in an SGC 9 holder. And then we got a Panini Contenders. This is the Optic Gold rookie auto ticket. Justin Herbert, BGS 9.5. The auto is a 10. And then on the other end here, we've got the Aaron Judge Topps Chrome Red Refractor numbered out of 5 at $17,000. Karn, are you available?
Yeah, I think we're on our last couple of minutes here in the auction, in my opinion. So it's kind of stressful time. But what's up?
Well, I just another kind of rookie ticket. I know you like the Brady. Here's the Justin Herbert, a hockey card in the middle. Maybe you have. I don't know how much you get into these the vintage hockey, but if you have any comments on that or the Aaron Judge, I just like to hear from you.
Yeah, you know what? Like I've started to kind of look into vintage hockey a little bit more. I actually have never been a big fan. It's just for me, I need a little bit more on my cardboard. I'm a shiny guy. I like shiny. People make fun of the new guys and the younger kids are into the shiny stuff. I'm like that guy, like 100%. However, I'm starting to get interested in vintage hockey cards just because they're just very cool looking, and I just like that artistic rendition of a lot of these older cards as well. And you can't go wrong with a Jean Beliveau. So that's a great card there. But for me, the hockey card for this auction is the one that you own in your collection, that Gretzky Exquisite patch. That's the one I'm looking at a little bit more. Have we gone through that one yet? Or
no, we haven't. We haven't even got to it yet. So let's go to page 5. We are now only halfway through the listings because we just get into such great conversation. And a comment right here from Anthony George. If it wasn't for Tom Brady, Peyton Manning would be the GOAT hands down. Although I'd put Joe Montana in there as well. He says the guy was the best to do it in all honesty. And I'm not a fan. Peyton Manning is grossly undervalued. All right. Well, thank you, Anthony George. So here we have Lewis Hamilton, a case of 2017 flawless basketball, and a PSA 9 Michael Jordan. Looks pretty nice. Let's just keep on going, though. Molten, no, not molten, just a fusion. Yeah, sorry, molten metal fusion, but not the titanium version. Kobe Bryant. This card's numbered out of 250. Very popular card. You know what? I am not the hugest fan of the molten metal fusions, but I have one or two in the collection. It's I don't know. It's pretty cool. It's just, again, talking for myself, what I think of it. It's actually, it looks pretty good, this one. We have another Trae Young Prism Gold. Adam, anything you want to say? I know this is kind of this is right in your wheelhouse, these molten metal fusions. It's not the titanium, but what do you think about the one out of 250?
I think it's a great card. Love the image of Kobe floating in the air. Love getting it in hand and seeing the pinholes. I think it looks a lot cooler on the back, the way that the pinholes look. Obviously, the gold version with the serial number cut out of the card kind of has that other element going for it that I think most people really love. But no, it's a great Kobe. And then the real selling point here on this one is it's a PSA 10. There's not very many of those.
Yeah, population 5. I do personally prefer the platinum portraits, which is a similar card. There's just no full body color shot on those. It's all headshot, but it has that same laser die cut laser pattern to give you the image of the player. All right, continuing on, another Hank Aaron PSA 7 this time. The last one was a 6.5, and I actually prefer the 6.5 just based on centering. The 6.5 was much better centered than this one. But it's a 7, so I'm not saying it's graded improperly. It's definitely within the grade of a 7. But I think for me, there's also a bit of a registration issue on this one. You can see right above his hat, you can see kind of the white break between the orange and the blue. You also see some of the blurriness in his name here, Henry Aaron, and you can also see it up here in the Braves logo, where the orange comes down into where it should be yellow, down below the black outline of the circle. So to me, this is like I don't know, I'm going to say it's a weak 7. I'm not sure. I need to look at a few more 7s to really make that assessment, but I much prefer the 6.5 that we saw before. This is a case where I'd pay more for 6.5 than I would for a 7. And I think that that's happening more and more across the hobby. Adam, why don't you just talk about these two other Kobe cards right here, the Flair Showcase. You mentioned it earlier, the Rose 0 out of 150, and the Finest Refractor rookie, PSA 10.
I talked earlier about there being like a clear top 4 Kobe rookies, and this is one of them. The thing that the caveat that I would add is that the other ones are a lot less rare than this are. There's far more chrome refractors and far more essential credential cards than there are the Rose 0 of the legacy parallel. So that's really the kicker here, is that although I put this third in terms of like recognizability, importance, greatness, like it's probably the one that you'd want most because there's a lot fewer of it. The fact that it's a 9.5 especially makes it an elite card. And Karn, we were talking about earlier, really high dollar Kobe's to sell. This is another one that was well into the 6 figures. And at the time, I put a post out on Instagram where I was just like, guys, this is insane. This is selling for way too much money. And so it's good to see it back in more of a reasonable area. I think it's a great price right now. And if I had the money, I'd love to grab it. If I had to say a 5th or a 6th best Kobe rookie, I would probably say the Finest Refractor, another card that's plagued by poor centering. This one doesn't have the peel, but still in that condition. There's only 8 of these, so it's a huge card. Two huge Kobe's. I would personally take the Rose 0 over the Finest Refractor, but I understand why somebody might feel otherwise.
Adam, to add to your point on the Rose 0, to give you the exact number, crazy crazy $234,000. And I remember when that sale happened, and it was a wild sale even then, even in our crazy times. So
yeah,
it's fallen a little bit down there.
We saw Karn where the non-legacy, the straight up Rose Zero, sold for 50 grand on one of the big auction houses. And it was the only time I've ever done this. I went and posted on my Instagram. I said, guys, this doesn't make sense. I had literally just bought the same card on ComC, not in a BGS 9.5, but in a BGS 9 for 700. And so there's weird stuff that was going on. It wasn't all organic. And I tried to call it out when I saw it because it was really clear to me. But you know, some of those sales were real, and I have to believe that some of those six-figure sales were real. But this number right here, like, that makes sense to me. It really, and I think it's a great price for that card.
All right, good stuff, guys. Nice discussion. Dan Wynn says, I'm new to PWCC. I just sold a card and haven't heard from them. Any help? Not here, Dan. We do not work for PWCC, but definitely, I'm sure they will get back to you, but I can't speak for them either, but I have to think that they will. Drew Herndon in the house, everybody, says the flare is hot, heat, flames, burning. Drew, good to see you. I was listening. If you guys don't know Drew, he's from Let Me Get That Potograph podcast. And Drew, I was listening to your podcast earlier today. Enjoyed it. And thank you for putting that out there. And I did have a follow-up question from it, Drew, but I'll message you privately on my follow-up question. You may be able to guess what it is, but I'm not sure. And anyone who wants to guess what I'm thinking, go listen and Let Me Get That Potograph. All right, let's go to the next row here, guys. Oh, look at this. 3 horizontal cards. What a coincidence. We have a triple logo man, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, and who is the third? Carmelo Anthony Smith. Who's Smith?
J.R. Smith.
J.R. Smith and Allen Iverson. Nice looking card, actually. I do like the aesthetics of this one. It's a BGS 8.5. We've got the Luka NT RPA horizontal, numbered out of 25. And then another logo man duo. This is David Robinson and Tony Parker with autographs. Adam, got to give it back to you.
So I asked this question on my Instagram last week, and I had 250 responses. It was, what would you prefer, a single logo man auto, a dual logo man auto, or a triple logo man without auto? And I was pretty surprised. The overwhelming number said single logo man auto. To me, when you get a dual logo man auto like this with the Tony Parker and David Robinson, they were actually teammates. They both fit together. I think, other than some huge cards of Tim Duncan, this is probably the best Spurs card in the world. I love that card, and I think that's amazing. I would prefer that over the triple. The triple is cool because it's got AI on it, and AI doesn't have a whole lot of logo man stuff, but it's when he's with the Nuggets, and those are not the best moments of AI's career. So I would take that dual. They're all great cards, but I'm not a huge, I don't know how you guys feel. I'm not a huge logo man guy when there's no autographs, but I know that a lot of people really are.
I'm with you on that. And I'm not a logo man guy anyway, but if I was, I would definitely favor one with an auto over one without an auto. And Karn, jump in whenever you want. We're going to go on to the next row of 3 here. Hey, look, another Carmelo. This is the RPA out of 15. It's a BGS 8.5. We have another triple logo man, this time with Kevin Garnett, Tracy McGrady, and Shaquille O'Neal. That's a pretty cool piece.
No, Jermaine O'Neal.
My bad. Thank you, Jermaine O'Neal.
So what's cool about that card?
Sorry, I see it now.
What's cool about that card is that Garnett, and I don't know if it works this way from left to right. It's too small for me to tell, but Garnett was the first high school kid to come out since like Moses Malone, and he came out in 95. And then Jermaine came out in 96, and T-Mac came out in 97, all his high school guys. I'd love to put Jermaine in the middle on this card so that it worked from left to right. But to me, like, as a basketball historian guy, I think this is cool because it connects those 3 players. The other guy who came out in 96 straight out of high school was Kobe. Obviously, we would prefer that he was on the card. But it has a rhyme and reason to it. It's not just three guys tossed together.
And Adam, it's there's also 2 Toronto Raptors greats on that card there. Jermaine O'Neal and Tracy McGrady. If you remember that small little Jermaine O'Neal stint on
Like
the Toronto Raptors.
Like 12 games or something.
That was terrible.
And we have an 05 Exquisite Aaron Rodgers super jersey. So the autograph is on the jersey. It looks like a limited logos card, but it's instead of being a patch, it's jersey and the autograph right on the jersey. So neat card, $15,250 for this one at the moment. Continuing on, 08 Upper Deck Premier Pairings, LeBron and KD out of 25. And then there's a LeBron James championship ticket from 2018. This is a 1 of 1. It's not, I'm looking for an autograph. I don't see an autograph on here. It's only $3,500, which is kind of low for the Premier Auction. Surprised to see a card this low in here, but it's actually a nice looking card. Like, I don't mind the aesthetic of this card. Pretty nice. And then the 03 Topps Contemporary Gold LeBron rookie, numbered out of 25, BGS 9. This is another card that when I first saw it, I was like, kind of boring, but it's grown on me over time. I've seen some in person now. It's actually quite a nice card. Adam, your thoughts?
Well, I was going to ask Karn, isn't that really low for that card?
Well, yeah, it kind of fell off a little bit. I know the 9.5 hit a high of like 160, 165, and then it sold after that for about 45, 50. It is low by about a few grand, I would think. And on Jeremy's point, that card is amazing looking in person.
It is.
And full transparency, I do own a copy of it, but it's like the most, as I said before, I love my shiny cards. It's the most shiny card you'll ever see in your life. And it's the rarest gold refractor tied with the finest out of 25. So the 2 finest out of 25. So it's I was going
to say that exact same thing. And now you've already said it, so I have nothing else to say.
Well, Lou makes a great comment. LeBron is an upper deck signer, so no autos on the Panini cards, and that's why I couldn't spot one on there. Thank you for that factoid, Lou. He says maybe he will start signing again when Fanatics takes over. I guess we'll see what happens. All right. Here's the LeBron James Topps Gold rookie, PSA 8. And here it is. Finally, we have the Pistons triple logo man, Tayshaun Prince, Chauncey Billups, and Richard Hamilton. Did I get all the names right, Adam? I got them right that time. Without even looking at the card, I got them right. Woo! So except Tayshaun, who was on the auction title. Nice card right there. This one, I want to talk about this card for a short minute, though. The Topps Gold looks exactly like the top, looks similar to the Topps Chrome Gold, but it doesn't shine. Adam, how does the basketball hobby, as editor-in-chief of BCF Magazine, Adam, how does the basketball hobby look at Topps Golds compared to Topps Chrome Golds? Like, do the regular golds take a bit of a hit because everyone would rather just have the much nicer, much shinier chrome version?
I think there's been a movement in the last couple years towards the paper cards. The thing that I've mentioned a couple times on the show already, I'm glad we finally got to it. If there was one card that I was going to bid on in the auction, it might have been this one. Because like Karn, I've watched LeBron prices really like fall, through the floor. And so I'm left asking myself, what LeBron rookie would I like to have? This one's really high on the list. And the reason that it's so high on the list is Topps is a premier brand as far as, notoriety. We all know what it is. This is the gold, meaning that, it's one of the very best parallels and one of the parallels that we know best. The chrome is numbered to 50, the chrome gold. And the chrome gold is him in an action shot. And some people just hate seeing LeBron in anything but an action shot. They hate seeing the draft day. I personally love the draft day. I love the 2002 XRC, the finest XRC, and I love the Topps card. And so to me, honestly, I love this card. I want somebody to buy something of mine right now so I can go bid on this card. That's how much I love it. Especially at under 10 grand after buyer's premium. I don't know who the buyer is. I don't know who the seller is. I just love this card. But in answer to your question, Jeremy, I don't know if it'll ever catch up, but the fact that it's not as rare, I think in this case is definitely part of what hits it, and then that not playing, style, like playing action shot, I think that hits it too.
Yeah, I don't think it'll. I don't think it'll catch up. But I just wonder if it takes an extra hit because you have that chrome alternative as well. As
True.
Deep Value says right here, needs to shine. I think a lot of people feel that way, but you just sort of contradicted that by saying that there's a movement towards the paper cards now. So I'm not sure what the right answer is there, and maybe my question didn't even make sense. But
no, it was good. It was good.
I think it made sense. It just might not have been applicable.
Well, let me add one little bit of clarity. When I say like a movement towards, I mean like a balancing. Like,
okay,
it used to be like this, and it's sort of come together, but it's not. No, you're right. Like, and 100%. Like, more people are still on the chrome bandwagon, but I think it's a lot closer today than it was 5 years ago.
Okay, Karn, anything you want to jump in with?
Yeah, I think I'd be all over this card if it was a little shiny. For me, it does. I love the card. I think it is one card I'm gonna get eventually for sure. But I think if it was shiny, it would be higher up on my list. It just, every time I go to bid on it, I feel like there's just something missing for me, and I don't know what it is. But I gotta say, who remembers the white suit, white shirt, white tie era? Because I do. I was 11 years old and I was rocking that, so I love that part.
I bet you were.
Real quick, Rage asked if it's numbered to 2003 because in most years the Topps paper is numbered to the year, but that's not the case in 2003. This card's to 99, and that's why we never see it come up for sale.
Very rare, very scarce, tough to find, I think is the word I'm looking for. Right? Okay, let's keep on rolling. Playmakers Theater, one of my favorite 90s inserts, top 3 or 4 insert for me. Kobe Bryant, PSA 9, Pop 1, none graded higher, $19,000. Man, congratulations in advance to whoever picks up this card. It's a Pop 1, none higher, guys. And it's a Playmakers Theater. Playmakers Theater's cards don't show very well on a 2-dimensional scan. They are so nice, so darn nice, you guys. They have some shine, they have some embossment. I love the Playmakers Theaters. Here's the Jalen Hurts Contenders rookie auto, and then we have a Derek Jeter Molten Metal Fusion. This is the one out of 50 in baseball. Basketball was out of 40. This is out of 50. 1999. It's a PSA 10. This is, I haven't been a huge fan of molten metal fusions, titaniums. It says titanium, yet the card is gold, which I never really understood that, but it is what it is. Not going to question what they were thinking 24 years ago, but it's almost like for some reason I find myself trying to like not let them grow on me, but they are. Maybe it's because they're so expensive, but looks like a really nice card. Adam, like, is this on the Kobe here at 19K? It feels low to me. Does it feel low to you, or is that just where we are right now?
Playmakers Theaters have taken a huge hit. We saw the Jordan sell a couple months ago, and it was low. But you pointed out this Pop 1, none higher thing. I mean, you look at 90s Kobe inserts. How many of them are better than that one? The list is less than 5, right? So it's pretty rare that you find a card that matters that much that there's only one of them that great.
Yeah, I mean, you sell this 2 years ago. This is cracking 6 figures, I have to think, just based on
close to it. We're close to it.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, the Kobe is beating the price of the last one that sold in October 2022, which was $19K all in, or $20K all in. So this one is doing better than the last sale.
So it was the same copy then. If it was,
I'm not sure if it was the same copy, but a PSA 9 copy did $20K in 2022.
Well, yeah, this says unless.
True. If it is, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if it's the only one, that's the same copy.
Unless it's just there's a typo here by PWCC. I doubt it. I hope not. But I mean, it's a
what's the serial number on it? Is it does it end in 40?
Yes, it does.
So it's the same one. So this one sold in October 2022 for $20,400.
Okay, so this one, so it's going up in value. All
Jeremy,
right. Yes.
Jeremy, what would you rather have, that Kobe or that Jeter?
Oh, the Kobe all day long for me.
Okay.
Jeter for me. Jeter for me.
I have one of these cards, but I have the Cal Ripken Jr.
Oh, I would take the Griffey over the Jeter, though, for sure.
The Griffey or the
Oh, you have a Cal Ripken. Sorry, I thought you said Griffey.
Yeah, I have a Cal Ripken. It's the same card here, and I got it. I'm like, I don't like it as much as I thought I would, but it's grown on me a bit. But I seem to try to want to resist, so I don't have to buy more of them, or want to even. But I do like the card, but yeah, I much prefer the Playmakers Theater over the Molten Metal Fusion Titaniums. That's just my personal opinion.
I'll tell you why I like the Molten Metal, Jeremy, because you made the comment on the Platinum Portraits. The Platinum Portraits, both pictures are the face, right? So it's kind of just like the same thing. It's redundant. Yeah. This card, it's an action shot and then a close-up picture of the face. So I think it's kind of just like, a little bit more unique, a little bit more. It shows a little bit more for the card.
And when you're comparing it to the gold too, you get that serial number that's cut out of the card, and it's so much rarer. So the thing about it is the Kobe is a pop one because of the grade, and I'm a basketball guy, so I would go with the Kobe. But like, I mean, I have a Jordan in the Molten Metal, and I have a Jordan in the Playmakers Theater. I would trade my Playmakers Theater Jordan 10 times before I give up the Molten.
And I would tell you to do that 10 times out of 10. That Jordan of that card it's an awesome card. I saw someone pick it up recently on Instagram, and it's just like, oh wow, that card is special for sure.
Well, and that was MK who did like a 300 for 1 trade to get it. And then I went and got one of the cards that he traded away. So I'm glad he made that trade. I got my Michael Jordan 3D finally.
Oh, nice.
Oh, very cool.
Love that card. It's in a PSA 9 holder. Very happy to have it. Rage says those Molten Fusion cards are more of a pewter color in person than gold. The foil is gold though. Well, the titanium is gold. The non-titanium version is pewter. Rage. So there's 2 different versions of it. One is the pewter is out of 250, and the titanium is gold and looks gold and is out of 50 in baseball or 40 in basketball. Rage also says, I'm with you, Jeremy, on those Playmakers Theaters. Those and Select Mirror Golds are my favorite. Very nice. Ben Diamond had a Kenny Lofton titanium once. Very nice. Very nice. All right, so let's see. We're on the next page. I was scrolling through to see what we have. A Trae Young NT RPA, BGS 9.5. Jeter Sweet Spot signatures were, signed on the baseball. Then they put it in a card, BGS 7.5. 1 of 1. This card is a 1 of 1. It's a 12,750. And then a second year, Lou Gehrig, Gaudy. Beautiful card. This is in a BVG 7.5 holder. Really nice card. It's a second year card. A lot of people like this better than the 33 Gaudy Lou Gehrig. I don't. I love that baby blue background and the batting stance and all that. But this is a very nice portrait card. Guys, jump in if there's anything here. There might be on this page here. A PSA 7 Star Jordan number 101. This copy, this is like the perfect copy for me. The centering is better vertically than some other copies that we've seen. Horizontally, it's off center, right to left, but they all are for the most part. And as I've said many times on this show, that's how I want my Star 101 to be off center, left to right. But why is it a 7 outside of centering them? Because the corners and edges look really, really good. So there must be something surface-wise, a scratch or something. Because
that copy is fantastic.
Yeah, it looks
Can we look at the back?
Really good.
Can we look at the back and see if the centering is way jacked? Sometimes that happens on the back.
Yeah, let's open that up. Here, let me just do it like this.
Looks good, man.
Oh yeah, like there must be, unless there's something we can't see. I think this is a great copy of the card. It looks. I don't know if I'm going to say undergraded, but it kind of does, because this centering. I mean, we've seen centering like this on PSA 9s of cards. never mind 8s, and this is a 7. This seems undergraded to me. I really like this copy. Like this, unless there's something we're not seeing, which there very well may be, this definitely would get the Jeremy Lee sticker on it for sure. I really like this this copy for the grade. Yeah. And then what about this one, guys? The black refractor, the Topps Chrome LeBron black refractor out of 500, $12,000. I mean, that seems cheap to me. What do you guys think?
It would be the lowest price in 4 years. Well, since 2019.
I love it. I love the card and I love the price. I love it.
Yeah, for sure. Same here. Lou says, let's see that tag report on the MJ Star 101. Well, when tag gets back to 1984 and we're not there, I think by the end of the year, tag is looking to get back to 1989, like when Upper Deck started with the baseball product. We've had discussions. We want to get back to 89 by the end of this year and then go back further. So hopefully we'll get there, Lou. And with a tag digital image and grading report, you can actually find out why your card grades the way it does. So we'll find out eventually. Definitely. Deep Value says that black is nice. Yeah, it's nice, and it's a refractor, so it's even nicer. Like, it doesn't look to be shiny here, but this is a nice shiny card.
There's 500 examples or 500 copies of that card. Serial number 500. It's like, even in 2003 when that product came out, that was always a really big card. Even like the main Chrome rookie, I remember those selling sub $100, but like the Chrome black refractor was always a huge deal. And so I like what Karn just said, lowest price in 4 years. Are the subs really bad on it? Is it like a 99985 sub?
Let's have a look. Let me open this one up and let's take a peek. 8.5 centering, 9 surface, and then 9.5 corners and edges. So centering is the 8.5. It's harder to notice the centering, like especially against the dark background, like with your scanner open kind of thing. But as I do look, yeah, it is off centered, left to right. Top to bottom's better, but definitely left to right, it's off centered.
It wasn't that long ago. Again, we keep saying this about the rookies. It wasn't that long ago that was a $60,000 card.
Wow. And you can pick this one up right now for, or the current winner is currently buying this at $14,400 out the door. Grotman says we'll tag grade oversized cards. Not yet, Grotman. We will not at tag grading. Junk Wax Pack says tag is numero uno. Yeah, he's right. Junk Wax Packs is right. Tag is the best grading, the best graders on the planet. And Sports Card Exchange says LeBum card's going to 0. Well, that's a big way to go, all the way to 0. Lou,
I love Lou because Lou is like he is unabashedly Lou. It's just him. And as soon as I read that, I was like, okay, I know that's the real Sports Card Exchange.
Yeah,
dude, nothing beats reading Lou's Facebook statuses every day. Talk about LeBron.
All right, guys.
I love it.
We got a 2017 Bowman Chrome Red Shimmer, Ronald Acuna. It's out of 5. It's a 21K. It's a pop 1. Ooh, and just over here, I noticed the who was that? Was that a Jeter credentials we hadn't seen yet? Just got a bid. And then we also have a Tatis, Fernando Tatis Jr. gold refractor out of 50 BGS 9.5, sitting at $8,125. And a Lamar Jackson flawless signatures NFL field patch at $21,000 and a BGS 9.5. Anything about these cards from any of you guys?
No, but I was unfortunately outbid in the card I was going after, so I thought I was going to win it. So now I got to pay a little bit more money, I think.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that, but it's not over yet, so you can still bounce back if you want. Continuing on, as we try to get to all the cards in the auction, Panini Flawless Gold Steph Curry. It's an auto patch. It's numbered out of 10. It's in the SGC holder. Nice card, really clean. Lots of white space. Looks flawless to me. We have a Topps Chrome Sapphire Edition Shohei. This looks like he's running. Oh no, sorry, it's a bat. Sorry, that's a follow through on the swing. Pop 1 of 5. It's a nice looking card. What's this action here though? Is that just the sapphire? Yeah, that's a sapphire pattern. And then a Stadium Club co-signers, Kurt Warner, Tom Brady at $6,500. Anything you guys would like to say about these?
I love the co-signers. I'd never seen that card, but that era, Kurt Warner, we don't think about him so much because it's been a long time since he was so great, but like those two guys on one card is pretty cool.
Yeah, for me, it's like the you get Tom Brady's best card from a Contenders box, and Kurt Warner's on the Contenders box. So it's like a nice little segue there.
There you go.
Very good. And wanted to bring up Mark's comment here. Tatis Gold BGS 9.5 at $8,125. They were $15K 2 months ago. Well, there's still some time remaining, but yeah, we will see. The clock keeps on resetting. So this auction is not over yet. And we are coming up on 3 hours and 20 minutes since we went live. So 2 hours and 50 minutes in extended bidding so far. Lou wants to know who's more investable, Jaw with the gun charge or Tatis with the PE with the PEDs? Good question, Lou. All right, let's go ahead, Adam.
Jeremy, the Shohei we have not talked about, the Shohei Red, but it is currently at 230, which means out the door that's 276, I think. Big number on that card. Keeps sort of creeping up. A couple guys, I think, going back and forth on it.
Well, let's see if we can get through and then do a sort by highest price and see where things are at. Tiger Woods SI for kids, PSA 10s at $38K. I do like this card. I have a PSA 9 in my collection. 1969 Vanderhoot Volterblosteren Soccer Johan Cruyff. I don't know if I said any of that right, but I tried. Pop 1, $14,500. And a National Treasures Joe Burrow RPA out of 10. Hollow gold, 1 of 1 at $30,000. Very nice. Mark wants to know that in the United States, if you work 6 hours, you get a lunch break. What's Jeremy serving at hour 6? I don't know, have some shrimp cocktail, maybe some hors d'oeuvres, Mark. Let's do some hors d'oeuvres and some champagne to celebrate. All right. Here we have a Burke Ross Willie Mays, above average eye appeal, top 30%. It's a PSA 8, really cool kind of pre-rookie card. No, it's not a pre-rookie. It's actually a second-year card. My bad. And a Eddie Matthews. This is the last card in the 52 top set, a BVG 7.5. That's pretty high grade. Hall of Famer, very important card. Just a really important card overall for vintage baseball. I've never owned a copy of this. I don't think I've ever owned a 52 tops card, to be honest. But this is a really nice looking copy. Yeah, it's off-centered side to side a bit, but this is a stunning copy, actually. Wow, I love that. Congrats to the winner of this card. We're going to keep on going here, guys.
Finally,
you're talking about the Upper Deck Ultimate Draft Day Inc. Michael Jordan BGS 8.5. This thing's a 70 grand. Adam, tell us why you love this card.
Love it aesthetically because of the holofoil. I'm a one-trick pony when it comes to the holofoil. I know. I love rare inserts, right? And that's what this is. This is a rare insert card. It's serial numbered to the player's draft position. So Kobe Bryant's in the set. He's numbered to 13, right? There's a few guys in the set that were first overall picks. They're numbered to 1. Jordan was pick number 3 after the great Hakeem Olajuwon and the even greater Sam Bowie. Just kidding. The fact that it's number 2 of 3 is kind of cool because he wears jersey number 23. But at the end of the day, people are going to go, why is this random Jordan autograph selling for close to 100 grand? And I get it. I get why it's selling for so much. It's because it's a notable insert set that weird card geek guys like me and Gerald were talking about earlier on the chat that we know of, and you never ever see the card come up for sale. It's very shocking to see it up. It's cool to see it up. We knew there'd be fireworks, and here it is, a card that most people didn't know existed, selling at this point for $84,000. Awesome.
It's out of 3. It's Upper Deck Ultimate Collection, which is a great brand, has been for a long time. It's a gorgeous card. Like, you compare this to that Team USA card from the top row of this auction. It's like night and day. This thing is beautiful. That thing just isn't. This is an amazing looking card. I love it. It's it's not something. It's 70 grand. I'd rather just buy a card out, like an autograph out of 100 or an unnumbered one. But that said, the aesthetics of this design, I don't know. This might be one of the nicest MJ autos I've ever set eyes on. That isn't like called exquisite numbers patches or limited logos.
The key here. Let me just emphasize one other thing, and I probably already did it, so forgive me. But I think you got to look at this more like it's a rare insert than it's an autograph. Like, yes, everything you just said about it's true, but there's a lot of Jordan autographs that are really great looking, that are really low numbered, that are numbered out of 1, that don't sell for anything close to this. This is because it's got properties that are more like a rare insert than just an autograph.
I'm happy to do that. That makes sense. Makes sense to me. So opening day, Johnny Ray, Barry Bonds, Don Russ, PSA 10, $7,000, pop 13. Doesn't even look like Barry Bonds to me. Is that?
Nope.
Is that why it's not? Is that why? Because it's picturing a guy named Johnny Ray instead of Barry Bonds?
That's right. And that's why it's worth so much.
That's why. Oh my God. It's a horror. That's a horrible. This is just a. What a, oh my God. This is like, I want to slap the hobby that you put so much value on a card where the guy isn't even pictured on it and they've made a mistake and put someone else on it. But I guess maybe it's a set registry thing where it's for completing the Barry Bonds run, even though it doesn't have that guy on it. Like, why would you? Oh my God. I will not congratulate the winner of this card. I will not congratulate the winner of this.
What do you like more, this card or the 69 checklist we talked about a couple of weeks ago?
I like the checklist, Adam, more than I like this card. I'll tell you that. Yes, I do. Honestly, the checklist at least is what it was supposed to be. And this is worse than Johnny Moore. At least anyway, listen, if somebody wants this for their collection and they covet this card, all the power to you. But I certainly could not pat you on the back after getting it. I don't think I could. What does Mitch say? Enjoyed watching the roller coaster of emotions Jeremy just exhibited learning about the Johnny Ray card. Yeah, I mean, emotion. I'm still going through them, Mitch. I'm still experiencing that roller coaster. All right, let's keep on rolling. Let's go to page 7.
Karn, how are your bids going? You doing all right, man?
I'm sad.
I think I know what's going on. I think I know the story, but I'm excited to hear from you later on.
Well, I'll say it. My SP Authentic out of 50 is going a lot higher than I wanted it to.
Yeah. Did you bid on the black refractor too?
No, that was not part of it. It was the inscriptions is going. I lost a bid on that one too. So okay. I'm like toying if I want to go higher and higher, but I have backups.
I knew on the SPA, and by the way, I love that card. I love that copy. I know you don't want to hear this, but like the centering on it's spot on. I always look at those corners and where they line up.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice. It's not spot on. It's really nice. But I love that card. I don't love the out of 500. I've never loved it, but I love the out of 50.
Fair enough. Well, we have the big one up on the screen. I don't know. Jeremy really wants to talk about that one. So,
well, I do love this card, and it's a PSA 8. It's out of 25. It's the closest thing we'll ever have to a Wayne Gretzky RPA. It's his first tribute RPA. It's exquisite. It's beautiful. It's Oilers. It's Oiler game used patch. It's a 2-color patch, and I wouldn't necessarily call it a weak 2-color patch, but there's not a lot of blue there. But at least it's enough that you don't have to like turn the card at an angle to see it under the patch, the border of the patch window. I do love this card. I bought a copy for myself of this at the 2021 National, a 3-color patch, really nice 3-color patch. Absolutely love this card. If I didn't have one already, I would be buying this card tonight for sure. And I would be paying up to probably 50 grand for it if I didn't already have a copy of it. But I do, so I'm not. But how about you, Karn? Are you still in on this one?
Okay, so you can tell me if I'm being a little too snobby here for the sports card world, but I want this card really, really badly. And the last copy that came up in auction, and it wasn't PWCC, apparently the patch was swapped out or something like that. And then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wait for the next one. And this one, for me, I'm just like, should I wait for the next one that has a better patch, or should I? And like you, I'm only gonna get it once, right? And obviously, I can sell it and buy the next one. But I'm just like, should I just wait for the next one, or is there ever gonna be a next one? Because there's only 25, and you don't see these cards very often in auction. So am I being silly for potentially passing on it because of the patch? You tell me, Jeremy.
Well, I think the price, when I saw the price, I was actually shocked at how low it was right now. So take that for what it's worth, Karn. Just analyzing my own thoughts. I own a copy. I want it to be worth as much as it possibly can be. So maybe I have some bias in saying that I would pay up. Maybe I wouldn't pay up to 50 for it. Maybe that's bias in me speaking, because again, I have a copy. So, but mine is 3-color. It's superior to this one, and it's a beautiful, like, symmetrical 3-color patch. But there's only 25 of these. You just told me that one of them might have an inauthentic patch, so maybe there's only 24 of them. This is definitely not an inauthentic patch, because if it was, it would be a lot nicer than this. This might be the perfect card to buy, and the price.
What's the timer?
Price is very low, but you might be out of time unless you're currently the high bidder. Let's see. Is the auction over? Uh-oh. No, it's not over.
Hey, Karn, I'm not biased, and I'm also not a hockey guy, though this is actually a basketball card, if we're going to be real here, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I wanted to go with this one. Sitting next to it.
There you go.
Right? Gretzky LeBron would be pretty cool.
Then you'd have to add the Jordan to it. It'd be great. Okay.
So I thought about that as well, but
here are my thoughts real quick. Unbiased. I don't know if you care to hear them, but I'll just give them to you real quick. So I actually love the fact that it's not a great patch, because you care about this card, I think, more for what it is than the fact that it's got a great patch. And so that actually helps you, because you have to pay less on it. I have a couple cards in my collection that don't have the best patches, but I needed the card, and I love that. So to me, this is a perfect patch. It's got 2 colors. Doesn't need anything more than that. It's fantastic. The thing I don't like is that it's Pop 1 highest graded, because I do think that actually costs you something in this. And I would personally rather have like a very average grade of the card, just so that I could have it. But yeah, 25. And this is such an important, popular set. It checks so many boxes across so many different collectors. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah. 100% agreed. It's an amazing card. So yeah, I am definitely double-minded on it.
Well, let's keep on scroll. Oh, we did have a Vladdy Guerrero Jr. here. Red Shimmer out of 10. It's at 92.50. Ooh. Wow. Tiger Woods, BGS 9.5, employee PMG at 11K. I do love this card. Missed the boat. Could have bought these for $3,000 back when, and I didn't, and I wish I would have now. Would have been the last one I really want from this set. Another Barry Bonds, but this one actually pictures. Imagine that. It actually has Barry Bonds on it. This is the Ultra Masterpieces 1 of 1 PSA 7, but who cares? This is a very special card. $22,500 right now. Is Nat Turner kind of hoarding these 101 masterpieces?
Yeah, I mean, he's done a lot of them in basketball. I think he's done some in the other sports, but Jeremy, this is the same as the Rodman that was sold last month, right? That was a record price for any Dennis Rodman. And I think a lot of people were watching this saying, okay, how does one of the best Barry Bonds 90s cards, obviously not basketball, compared to one of the best 90s cards of a star? And right now, it's not performing very well, right? It's less than a third of the price. That's about a third of the price.
This might just be where the market's at. Maybe right now is the bottom of the market. Maybe not. We could still go down. Who knows? But maybe it is. Maybe we start ramping back up towards national. Maybe not.
Or maybe the rare 90s stuff in basketball is still king over the other sports. I mean, that's the way it's been for a long time. And maybe Barry Bonds doesn't have nearly the collecting base as Dennis Rodman. You know, it could be either of those things too.
Really? Yeah, maybe. Kobe, Upper Deck Black, flag patch, manufactured. That's not a real flag. I'm just kidding. Of course not. It's too small. On card auto, number 24/24, pop 3, none higher, $5,000. Seems low to me. I feel like I'm saying that a lot. Maybe I should stop saying that.
It's a sticker.
Thank you. I see that now. That does change things for me completely. So I understand. Okay, moving along. Kobe Bowman's Best Atomic Refractor. My favorite kind of refractor is the atomic variety, by the way. Gem Mint 10 PSA holder 10/250. Autographed 84 star Michael Jordan. This is the number 195 on card auto, authenticated by Beckett Authentication Services. The auto has a 10. The card's a 7.5. It's a cool card. I mean, at least he didn't autograph over his face on this one, which I do like that. So cool card. And then this card, a lot of people watching might not know this card here, but in hockey, we have 3 tobacco era sets, the 1910s, 11s, and 12s. And the 1912s are the toughest of all 3. And this is the most important card in that set. It's not the prettiest card being all black and white, but it is the toughest card in the set. And it's George Vezina, who is a very important player in hockey's history. He's the guy who the best goaltender every year gets the Vezina trophy. It's because of this guy right here. It's also very high grade. This is like a high grade for this card. You don't find these cards graded higher than 2s usually. So this is a very, very good card, very important card. And a card that I would like, because I'm working on this set of 1912 C57s. I don't have this one yet, so I need this card, but I'm probably going to wait for like a 2. And I probably shouldn't even wait. The total pop, it says pop 1 of 7, 2 graded higher. So 9 there. There's probably another 10 total. It's probably less than 20 of these on the PSA pop report, but big card, great card. And I wish I was looking to pick one of these up today, but so be it. Anything from you, Adam, on the basketball, or you, Karn, on anything?
I think the Jordan, if I remember right, it's the only time that card's ever been autographed and graded by BGS. The Kobe, I think that's his 5th best rookie card. And I always thought it was George Vezina, so it was cool to hear his actual pronunciation of his name. But you told me this is one of the cards that you thought should have been on the iconic 100 list, I think. Is that right?
No, not this card. Maybe his C50, his rookie card is the year before, the C55 set. That one should probably be in there. It's kind of known as the Honus Wagner T206 of hockey. So maybe it'll get on there, next time PWCC does that initiative. But yeah. Was there another question or comment there? I feel like I just left something on the table.
No, you're good.
All right. Continuing through. Oh, look at that. The PMG out of 50, Tim Duncan. See, this is a beautiful card. I just love the blue. I love the PMG, the championship PMG design. What a nice looking card. It's at $15,500 right now. Is this his rookie year as well for Duncan, 97? Yeah, thought so.
Yeah,
that's a great card. We have a Tiger Woods jersey auto from 2004 SP signature sitting at 11.5, and another LeBron James. This is from 0506 upper deck autograph 1 of 1. That's a sticker auto? So
it's a sticker auto.
Still seems cheap for a 1 of 1. Is it not? Is $4,000 about right?
It's a big set. It's one of those sets that's like there's an unnumbered version, then there's a version to 23, then there's the 1 of 1, but there's something like 60 or 40 LeBron 1 of 1s. But I'm with you, like It's still a 1-of-1 LeBron. It's still a great looking card, and it's one of those cards that like the hollow foil really hits on. The sticker takes away from it. But yeah, $4,000. It does seem like it's a pretty good deal.
I thought so. Connor McDavid, Upper Deck Black, Trademarks Gold Spectrum, numbered out of 15. That is an on-card auto. That is a 3-color patch, $4,250. Nice card. I think they actually present really well. I've had a couple cards from the set before. We have a Topps Chrome Refractor, Peyton Manning, BGS 10. Wow. Pop 4, $10,750. That seems like a really big Peyton Manning rookie to me, just based on the description, Topps Chrome Refractor, BGS 10. People love that. And then an 07 Exquisite RPA, Kevin Durant out of 99. This is the true rookie, BGS 8.5, $22,000. Again, like I feel like this card has sold in the past for $150,000. So, yeah, wow. Lou says it's $4,000 too high on the LeBron. I think Lou has a secret crush on LeBron James. I think he's trying to drive the market down so he can buy them all for himself. Not a bad plan, Lou. Not a bad plan. He goes on to say Kenny Pickett is better than Peyton Manning. Nice, Lou. Now we know for sure you're trolling.
Can we get Lou in the chat every episode, Jeremy? I love Lou.
Lou, I'd like to formally invite you to the chat every episode, buddy. I had Lou on an episode of Collectible Live a couple years ago and had a great conversation with him. Lou's always fun to talk to and see at shows and all that. All right, couple more LeBrons, a Tom Brady SPX Spectrum rookie out of 25. Like, this reminds me of the LeBron Black Diamond out of 10. Like, to me, these are savvy types of pickups because they're kind of under the radar. They're rookie year. They're RC parallels, rookie year cards, low print run, PSA 8. But like, who cares that it's not a 9 or a 10? I certainly don't think I would. I'd have to look at the card, but really cool cards. Any of these, Karn, you want to jump in and speak and speak to some of these?
I'll just say it. I'm winning the SPX. Right now. Well, highest bidder is what I meant to say, but that's I'm going after the true rookies. Jeremy, I asked you, should I go after it? You said probably not. You already have the best one, but I decided I'm going to do the true rookies. So this is the last one I need out of the top 4. So I'm gonna
the SPX out the Black Diamond out of 10.
No, so the true rookies. There's the Exquisite. Then there's the Ultimate, then the SP Authentic, and the SPX is considered like the 4th best one. So that'll complete.
Okay, I see. So this one here is the one you're going for.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, numbered out of 750, so 750 copies. It's autographed, pop 14, current bid 12,000. And you got the PSA, you got the 210s, which people put value on. So good luck to you, Karn. Now that we all know that you are on this, so good luck to take it down. And a Topps Chrome Refractor, just the basic refractor, LeBron James, with the BGS 10 pristine version, $29,000. That's it's a big premium for a BGS 10 because last I checked, a PSA 10 was like $7,000 or $8,000.
No, they're actually PSA 10s are going higher than the BGS 10s. It's weird. It's weird.
It's the refractor. Sorry. It's the refractor.
So it's actually weird that for some reason the PSA 10s are commanding higher than the BGS 10s on LeBron James Topps Chrome refractors, and it's kind of a rare situation to see that happen in general, and it's happening in a big way with this card.
And my apologies for misquoting. I was thinking about the regular Topps Chrome, not the refractor. Okay, continuing on, Joe Namath, BVG 8.5. Love this card. Own a beautiful copy myself. $38,000 for this one right now. Pop 4, one higher. What more needs to be said? It's just a gorgeous card. And a 57 Topps Roberto Clemente PSA 9 is at $12,250. I want to open this. I'm going to pop open both of these just to have a quick centering check. The Clemente, left to right centering looks like almost perfect. Top to bottom, it's a little bit low, but it's doesn't affect. It's still definitely, it's still even within PSA 10 centerings, never mind 9. A beautiful copy. And then the Joe Namath, this card is, it's so tough to find a copy of this card well centered, just because with these long borders, you can really see where there's tilt. There's often tilt. Did it end?
No.
By Adams. False alarm touchdown celebration. The auction.
It's my warning sign. It's just my warning sign.
Okay. Love this card. Looks great for the grade. I have no issues with this one whatsoever. Oh, Dr. J and a PSA 9. Let's open this one up and take a peek. Close all these. So this one, it looks a little faded to me. It looks, the print looks just a little faded. I feel like some copies I've seen have bolder color to them. Adam, you're nodding. Am I right? Am I seeing this right?
100%. But I would just say it's very common on this card. I don't know if it's fading as much as like from light, as much as it was just difference in the way that the ink was applied, because this card, maybe as much as any card, I feel like the way that the yellow hits, especially the yellow and the red, but especially the yellow, just has a huge variance to it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for that. That makes sense. It's a 9. The centering looks really good, like left to right.
Really good.
Really good. Top to bottom. I think the centering is pretty much bang on this, as far as my eyes are telling me right now.
Do you know how many PSA? Do you know how many PSA 10s there are of that card?
1.
Yeah.
That was a guess. Yeah.
Good guess.
I'm sure you've asked me that question before on one of these shows, but not that I remember it. But it was just that was an easy guess, I guess you could say. Panini Flawless Kobe autograph 101s at $11K, and a Trevor Lawrence NT purple out of 49 is at $16,000. Don't love the design this year of these NTRPAs. A little busy, too many lines going in all the different directions there. All right, let's go to the last page of the auction. It only took us 3.5 hours to get here.
Hey, go quick. We might actually finish. We've gotten to 0 twice in a row.
All right. Steph Curry 101, White Hot Black Prism 2013. This is a great, I love this card, Adam. I just love the card. Yeah, love it. And then a limited logos, Kobe Bryant, another card I love, 13,500 BGS 9, 2004. Great looking card. Nice hollow foil around the patch window. Yeah, I love these. What about you guys?
I own the other 2004 Kobe Bryant limited logos. We call it the point card because he's pointing on his image on top. I have said, and I will always say, that the 2004 limited logo set to me is the high point of autograph patches. I just think it's gorgeous.
Great. Okay, let's keep on going. Oh, here we have a Connor McDavid Exquisite RPA out of 97 BGS 9 on card auto, 3-color patch, $18,500. We don't see PWCC didn't give us the population, so I can't speak to that. I'm not sure, but I do prefer this card to his Cup RPA. And if this was a Cup RPA, I don't know where it would be right now, but a month or two ago it would have been at like $150,000. So there's great value, I believe, in the Exquisite RPA, and there were 2 fewer copies produced. Dual Logo Man Auto, Anton Jameson and Vince Carter, $5,750 right now from 06 Exquisite. And then finally on this row, Bobby Witt Jr. Bowman Chrome Orange Refractor with a dual 10s out of 25 is at $8,250. Adam, you want to say anything about the Dual Logo Man?
They were college teammates. A couple of buddies at UNC. Vince Carter, if memory serves, went 5th in the draft, and Anton Jameson went 4th. I think they might have even been traded for each other on draft night. There's a lot of connection between those two, and so their teamings might be different on the card, but hopefully some great UNC collector is winning that, because that's a really cool card for a North Carolina fan.
Bonds 101 has gone up like $7,000 since we looked at it on that. It's at 29.5 now. I thought it was at 22 last we saw or so. All right, let's keep on rolling. Oh, here it is. This is the card that I didn't know who it was before when it popped up in the corner, but the Barry Bonds Essential Credentials Future PSA 10 is at 13,500. Love the card.
Beautiful,
right?
just
Like
beautiful.
so sick. Not for me. I'm not a Bonds collector, but boy, I'm a credentials collector, and this is a nice one. But
What's that
beyond
one
my
numbered
means,
to?
hey,
What's it numbered to?
99.
Yeah, the baseball set's bigger. 99, for some reason, 99 just feels like way more than like 79.
Well, it is. It's 25% more.
It is. Good
It
call.
Shohei National Treasures, triple tag auto on card, 1 of 1. I mean, I'm not a huge tag guy, like has been said tonight, but still seems like cheap for a 1-of-1 Shohei with an auto. Pretty cool card. A lot of 5 2020 Topps Dynasty F1 sealed hobby boxes from a sealed case. Sequential QR codes on the back. $16,250. Dwayne Wade, Exquisite RPA. Wow, so much less than LeBron from the same year for obvious reasons, but still pretty interesting stuff. We have a Devin Booker NTRP at a 99 that's just shy of $6,000, and the 2011 Finest Red Refractor Mike Trout at a 25 at 14,500. Adam, Booker, Wade, Gray.
Wade is awesome. Second guy in that set at 1/30th the price or so of LeBron. I think it's interesting.
Yeah.
I love that it's in an old slab. If my eyes don't deceive me, it looks like it's in an old slab, and especially with all the issues we've seen through the years with it be exquisite RPAs and alteration and stuff that's gone on, I would love an old slab card like that. Booker was one of those guys who was highly hoarded by a couple of people early on, and it did some funky stuff to his pricing. Whenever there's hoarding that goes on, weird stuff happens. But Booker is now a guy that you look at and you go, there's not too many guys in the league that are better wings than him. Can they get it done with he and Durant? Time will tell. And there's a lot of people who believe that they have a good chance in the next couple of years. So
Durant is staying put then?
Yeah, it'll be Durant. Durant's under contract for a few years. So Durant and Booker will be teammates probably to the end of Durant's like elite year. I mean, Durant's already sort of on the downhill, and he probably has been for a couple of years. But those two guys on their own might just go win themselves a couple of championships.
Wow. And then the Mike Trout, which Deep Value says is sick, and I'm sure it is. I don't follow the modern baseball too closely, but it is a beautiful card. There's no doubt about that. Nice auto, perfect auto. It's graded a 10. Better be. Yes, it is. Really nice looking card right there for sure.
Pretty.
Says he needs a Wade next. Needs the Wade card next. The red Trout might be the best card for the money. Are you talking, Brent? Are you talking about Trout cards or the tonight's auction? Oh shit! What was that? Oh, my kid's monitor battery is dying, so I just got the beep for that. Wife's away on business this week, so
Deep Value's buying bought the Carmelo out of 15, and now he's talking about the Wade. I want Deep Value to go find the Wade jersey numbered version of the exquisite card. If you can find that, that'd be pretty cool.
That would be. This comment right here, though, from him is what really hits home for me. That is his only art rookie card on card auto. Because the rest of the cards are from 09, aren't they? Like his Bowman, all of his Bowman stuff, I believe, is from 09. So pre-rookie cards. He was talking about tonight's auction. So, well, good luck to you. You should be. Hopefully, you're making a play on it. And the last two cards, Adam, we have a National Treasures 1-1 tag Steph Curry auto at 19.5, and a dual logo man from 2012 National Treasures D Wade, LeBron James. It's numbered out of 5. This is a pop 1 with 3 graded higher. It's a BGS 8 at $49,000. So back in 2012, they used 5 jerseys of each of these guys for this card.
Yeah, this is really a cool set. It wasn't just these two. There was I don't know how many players there were in the set, but if you remember, National Treasures did a set in 2009. That's the year with Curry's RPA, and they did a year in 2010, and they skipped a year, and so they skipped a year because of the lockout. There was no high-end basketball products in 2011. There just aren't. You can go back and look. There's a few little products that don't have rookie cards in them, but nothing super high-end. And then in 2012, you had Flawless, the very first year of Flawless, the very first year of Prism, the very first year of Immaculate, and you had the third year of National Treasures. And these dual logo man cards were all the rage and were very, very popular. But the reason that I like this card, and I talked about it today on my Instagram, I like this card because it's like the quintessential Heat era ultra high-end card.
Yeah.
There's only 5 of them, but 5 is enough that it's like people know that it exists and they know that they want one. But if you're a big time LeBron fan, there aren't any autographs to go after in this era. So what's your big Heat card? This is kind of, the big LeBron Heat card is obviously the 2012 Gold Prism, but outside of that, it's probably this card.
Look at the Bonds 1-of-1 masterpieces up to 34,000. When we saw it earlier, it was at 22.5, I think. So this card's starting to catch up, which is nice to see for the card for sure. Mark at Boston Authentic says Karn is bidding on the Johnny Ray Barry Bonds card. So Karn, wish you luck with that. Ben Diamond says Steph Curry has only a Finals MVP. He's overrated, but he has rings. Yeah, he has rings too, and he's the 3-point king. I don't know. Is he really overrated? I can't get my head around that. Can you, Adam? Is Steph Curry overrated?
No.
What took you so long?
I don't. You could always make an argument of anything, but Steph Curry changed the game of basketball. He's won multiple MVPs or multiple championships. You can always ding somebody for something, but very few people have the resume that Steph Curry has.
All right, we are going to resort now by highest price. Now that we've got through all the cards, and we'll see what the most expensive items up for bid are right now. And I also want to do a count. How many are at over $100,000? 3, 6. 6 cards right now before buyer's premium are at over $100,000. We've seen much bigger numbers in the past, of course, but we've had more big cards as well. See this Jordan autograph here, you compare this to the one out of 3, the ultimate autograph, Adam, like there's no competition to me. The ultimate out of 3 is far superior and more beautiful, which is what it's about for me. It's aesthetics. Like what card do I want to look at? Like I would not be proud showing this card to my friends.
You're killing me. It's the exact same as if you compared your favorite Wayne Gretzky 97 Upper Deck jersey autograph to that exquisite one that we were looking at, or something else that was like super nice looking from a more modern era. Like the newer card, of course, it looks more amazing. But the question isn't just about aesthetics. You know that it's about significance too. And
I know I'm not talking about significance though. I'm just talking about the aesthetics. And there are several cards from the 90s are my favorite aesthetics overall. This card is like the design of this and the finish and just the way it presents. It's like real, like there's nothing nice about it for me. I'm talking about my own personal opinion. I'm not stating fact. Whereas that Jordan Ultimate Auto numbered out of 3 is just a gorgeous card. I mean, I've got lots of cards from the 90s I like more than my cards from 2015. I'm just saying. Yeah.
So if you look at the 97 Jordan jersey autograph, which is his most expensive autograph. Last time we saw it sell, it sold for just short of $1 million. Is it good looking?
It's better than this, but it's not like oh my god, this thing is a beautiful specimen of cardboard.
It is better looking probably than this. I would agree with that. It's also newer than this by over a year. They didn't. Upper Deck was still trying to figure out what they were doing with autographs at this point. It wasn't a refined process. So the fact that the autograph, like the fact that like cards are made now so that the autograph, that there's a place for the autograph, that the pens are designed for the card, that like all of these things fit together the way they're supposed to. The whole thing is this great collaborative process that's been done thousands of times, and it's this beautiful piece of art in the end. That's like, it takes multiple parties to put it together. They didn't know that in 96. In 96, they were like, we've got this great idea. Let's take a card. Let's have Michael Jordan sign it. We'll put in redemptions, and then they'll get it back. Like that's what it is. And so I feel like defensive. Like I feel like I have to like defend this wonderful, beautiful piece of cardboard. But like,
can you really say beautiful there? You can say wonderful. Can you truly find this card to be beautiful?
I don't see things. I just don't. Sometimes aesthetics to me, and it's the same thing for you. Like, you love this Jackie Robinson 48 leaf card so much, right? It's like one of your favorite things in the world. But like, if that was made today, you'd be like, why does it do that thing? Why does it have that registration issue? Why does it? You would have all these things about it. You have to put it in perspective of when the card was made. And so the fact that this came out in 96, that it's part of that, like, it's part of the progression of like how like autographs came to be in packs of cards. That all really matters. And thank you, Deep Value. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Very nice comment. Very true. Very true. Adam going off over here. He's defensive of the, see, that's a passionate collector right there. He is defending the card against an opinion that doesn't like the looks of the card. You did a great job of explaining its significance and its importance. I still don't think it's a pretty card. That's all I'm saying. I've never once disputed its significance or its importance. Only its beauty, physical. It's like a car or a person. You know, if you know a woman or a man, like, you know, I'm not going to get, you know, beautiful on the inside, beautiful on the outside, right? This card is beautiful on the inside, but not on the outside. That's okay. I think that's the best way I can put it.
That was the line of the night. If you can make some clips of this episode and put them on your Instagram, if we could just take everything from the last 3 minutes and throw that on a reel, I think we're good.
All right. What is going on? Let's see. We are at 4 hours. We are going to end the show very soon. So let's see if this auction is over right now. 1 second and a 0.
Be done. Be done.
Are we sure?
I want it to be done.
No, it's not done.
This Barry Bonds card is going to keep us here all night, man. We shouldn't have said anything. But now it's just skyrocketing.
Let's see. There's some comments coming in. There's the whole argument about Kobe or about Steph Curry and Ray Allen. So you guys have fun with that discussion. We'll leave it to the chat. Mark says that Jordan auto looks like something you pull from a Hanes underwear pack. Yeah, well said, Mark. Mitch says, I think the card almost had to be ugly because they had to figure out how to make autographs look good on cards. This card walked so the ultimate card could run. Yeah, very well said by Mitch. Lou said something weird almost happened there. Hot take, Bonds beats Rodman on the Masterpieces 101. Wow. Oh, we're down to, here we are. Is it over now? No, it's still not over. It's this Bonds card. It's the Bonds
flipping
card.
Bonds. We knew this Bonds would do this. We knew it would.
Somebody is messing with us right now. They're saying, "Oh, just keep on bidding on the Bonds once a minute. Let's keep their show going." Well, let's do a quick scroll through here because it feels like nothing else is getting bid on right now. LeBron Exquisite RPA 8.53 color is going, looks like if it ends here, it's going to end at about $385,000. The Brady Contenders ticket is about $320. And these are all out the door prices. the Otani, as you said earlier, about 275 or so, Adam. Oh, here we go. 2, 1. Watch the clock, everybody. Is it done now?
Here we go.
No.
No more Barry Bonds. No more. You're done. You're done.
Bonds.
Man.
It's
Freaking
Bonds
Barry Bonds.
again.
They really are messing with us. They really are.
They really are.
If you're going to bid against each other, just do it quick so we don't have to wait for the whole minute every time.
Exactly. You don't have to wait a minute to make your bid, you guys.
Okay.
Hank Aaron.
The thing I was laughing about was Lou said, "Stay on topic, Jay Lee." Something weird almost happened there. I think it was when you were going on about the beauty of a man and a woman.
Oh. Well, because I start thinking to myself, okay, I could say it's like the way you look at a woman, but like not all men are interested in women. So I didn't want to, get into that. So I'll just talk about everybody.
We're gonna lose the PWCC sponsorship if we keep going down this path. Let's change course right away.
I don't know if they're still watching. It's 4 hours in. Well, then now look at that. Dirk got a bid. Bonds got another bid. Continue. Okay, sorry, I didn't do these. Hank Aaron's at 204. Go ahead, Adam.
I was actually just gonna say, the Jordan USA like conversation aside, the last time this card sold, it was for over $200,000. So there's the seller, I think right now, if it stands, is going to be pretty disappointed. This is not a good night for the Jordan USA card.
What was the expectation?
I should have been bidding on it.
What, Karn?
What was the expectation on that Jordan card? How was Jeremy on the aesthetics of this?
I just know that the last time it sold was in February, and that's the only recorded sale that I know of, and it sold for $210,000.
Thank you to Deep Value for the comment. Appreciate it. We always do have fun on the show, and me and Adam, we're good buddies, but we don't agree on everything. And I think that we actually have fun with our little debates because we both try to we don't ever want to insult each other or look down on one of the way we look at things. So we're very courteous in our arguments, aren't we, Adam?
Well, I think we shared the opinion that the best version of this show is the one where we both say what we think, and we know that we're comfortable enough with ourselves and with each other that it's fun, and at the end it's all great. But I respect your opinion on cards more than just about anybody's, dude. I love it, and I love it when we disagree, though. Those are the best moments. I wish we had more of them.
Mitch was asking, do we know the print run on that Jordan? Again, to stay on topic here.
So, spoiler alert, my big article for BCF this month is about that, actually. So I've done a lot of research on this card in the last couple of weeks.
Eric Stefano, appreciate the comment, Eric. And Brand says, Adam is so polite, so it's fun to see him defend a card. Yeah. He's the kind of, when you think about fighting, you've got MMA, right? Then you got boxing, you got wrestling. I see Adam's fighting. He'd be in fencing. He'd do fencing for his fighting. That's how I see Adam fighting.
The last fight I was in, I think I was 7. So it's been 30 something years. But
yeah, I think I'm high school myself. So all right, the Gretzky's at 95,000, which is I think a recent low for this card, but I don't love this copy for a 9, so I'm not surprised to see it sell at an amount that it's kind of low. The Tiger Woods is at 87.5 plus about 17K, so it puts it about 105, whereas this one here is at about 114, I believe that would work out to. What a great card.
One of my buddies from PWCC just texted in all caps, "We're watching." So at least he is.
I'm glad. Hey, listen, that's commitment. Listen, we've been going here for 4 hours and 8 minutes now. This is the longest I've ever done a premiere. You did when I was in April. You went for longer. Remember when I was at the Expo?
Oh, yes, I remember. It was 5.5 hours long. I didn't get up the next day till noon. It was great.
Nope, still not over. Still Barry Bonds is up to 50K already. 50K
what's
now.
The expectation on this Bonds card? It seems like it's doing really well.
Well, we were saying the Rodman last month sold for 81, and that's, I mean, I know it's cross sport, but like it's a 1-of-1 from the 90s. You just never see the card sell. So on a card like that today, it wouldn't have been shocking to me to see it go for 20 grand, and it wouldn't be shocking to me to see it sell for 150,000. It's just that's the nature of the market.
Am I looking at the same card and that this Bonds card sold for 10K in March last year? Is that the same card? 1-of-1 masterpiece, 1999 Ultra. Is that the same card?
Might be.
If that's the case, this is like probably the biggest ROI I've seen, the largest ROI I've seen since 2022.
Yeah, 1999.
90s, I would say, I think you guys have probably noticed the same thing. High-end, rare 90s cards from non-basketball over the last 2 years have just done silly stuff. Like, remember that Griffey PMG that sold for like, I mean, the last time, the previous sell on that was like 10 or 12 grand, and then the next time was like 80,000. Like, that's just what's happened in the world of baseball and football on those rare Fleer 90s cards.
Yeah, it's a little shocking because like this last sale was in like the peak of card times, and we're talking 9,900. So someone snagged that in a PWCC weekly. So that's a nice little return for them right there.
Huge.
Very nice. Mark says that Nat is bidding $1,000 a minute on Barry Bonds to keep you guys on the air.
It might be Nat. I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
Well, I'm not even going to pretend I think that the auction is over right now. I'm just waiting for the bid window to pop up. Although this one's processing for a while here. Adam's celebrating. Adam is already celebrating, Adam. Don't count your chickens yet. It's got to be over by now, right? I mean, this is the longest time we've seen this little circle go around and around and around.
Come on, guys. Let's do this.
Is it over?
It's got to be.
It's gotta be. We're just like sitting here watching the spinning thing. Us and 100 other people with us.
There it is. It's completed.
Yes, we did it.
Oh, the May Premier Auction has completed. Barry Bonds added an extra half hour onto the show. See completed listings. All right. Very good. Congratulations to all the new winners, all the new owners of the cards. That's pretty cool. Let's sort by highest price and just make sure that and now we'll have the final prices with the buyer's premium included. LeBron James, $384,000. Tom Brady, $324,000. Shohei Otani, $276,000. Beautiful Hank Aaron, $204,000. Patrick Mahomes, $138,000. The Jordan, I'm going to try and think. The Jordan, the important, the beautiful on the inside, not so beautiful on the outside Jordan card does $120,000. The Gretzky, this is low, but again, I think it's because of the quality of the 9. Remember, not all 9s are the same. Not all 8s are the same. This is a weaker 9, in my opinion, and I've seen plenty of them now. The Diego Maradona jersey does $111,000, and the Tiger Woods, what I think is his best card, does $105,000. The Black Lotus comes in at $99,000. This gorgeous Ty Cobb. What a great card. It's $93,000. Mike Trout, blue refractor out of 150 does $93,000. Shohei Otani, orange refractor out of 25 does $84,000. Giannis NTRPA out of 99 does $84,000. The nicest Michael Jordan autograph in the auction tonight, numbered out of 3, does $84,000. The Ernie Banks SGC 9 does $81,000. The X-Fractor LeBron BGS 10, $78,000. Luka NTRPA out of 10 does $75,000. Luka NTRPA out of 99 does $75,000 as well. That's interesting. Higher grade, but higher pop run, higher print run as well. Beautiful Clemente rookie does $72,000. Jordan BGS 9.5 does $66,000. This is a true gem plus. This card makes me think that like this would likely cross over to a PSA 10. Meaning somebody just saved $100,000. Like, well done. Now they might have to pay PSA, whatever, 10, 20, 30K to grade it, but probably 10K. I don't know their rates up there, but Still a great value buy right there. I think the SGC 10 does 63. LeBron out of 50. Karn, did you win anything?
I did. I wanted to win that card though. Didn't win it, but did win the SPX.
Did Bonds outsell Rodman?
No, but I wouldn't have expected it to. Honestly, I think this number makes a lot of sense compared to where Rodman.
Good. So, okay, comments first, and then we'll hear what Karn bought if he wants to tell us, and then we'll wrap up. So, thank you to Brent from Deep Value Investor. Thank you to Lou from Sports Card Exchange. Thank you to the professor for coming by as always. Good to see you. Deep Value says 93K for the Blue Trout. Ben Diamond, yeah, congratulations to all the new owners. And Ben Diamond says to you, Karn, hope you got what you wanted. You missed out on a couple, but what did you end up picking up?
So I did pick up the PSA 1010 SPX rookie. And just that was my backup of a backup.
What happened to the Gretzky? You didn't go for the Gretzky?
I didn't go for the Gretzky. I'm going to wait for a 3-color patch. I want a 3-color patch. So
okay, fair enough.
I want to tie you, you know.
I know it's competition, right? You don't want
to. When Jeremy did
yours the whole time, even if I get it.
What's that?
That was like, even if I get the 2-color, I'm still going to be looking at yours. What's the point of that?
Fair enough. Adam?
That was honestly some like Jedi mind trick stuff from you, Jeremy. Because like it seemed like you wanted him to bid, but then as soon as you put out there the like mine is 3 colors and this is only 2, I was like, he's not gonna go bid on it now.
I wasn't bragging. You're making like I'm bragging, and mine is 3, yours is 2. I was just letting him know. Well, he knows what it is actually, but you know, when a card is out of 25 like that, and there is variation in the patch, it becomes really important. You know, like colors and patches, the number of color in hockey, very important in hockey. Like especially, you look at an Ovechkin Cup RPA, a 4 color is very rare. There's only like 3 or 4 of them. So 4-color Ovechkin RPA is a pop 4. Whereas, you know, there's several 3 colors, 2 colors, and often and also some 1 color. So I think the number of colors in a patch is something that is really emphasized in hockey more so than the other sports because of the number of colors in the patches and just the beauty of the cards. I mean, I may be biased, but I think Upper Deck does produce the nicest cards. And the construction quality of them as well is just, they feel better than a Panini card does. Okay, good night, everybody.
Crosby 3-color too, on that note.
What's that?
Crosby 3 colors as well. Like you get like a huge premium on Crosby 3 colors because they're all 2-color RPAs.
Lots of 2s, lots of 1s in there as well. Yeah. Well, all right, everybody, we are going to wrap this up. So good night, Newt. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you to everybody who joined us tonight. Great chat activity. Appreciate you guys debating all these different player conversations as well. But Saturday night, so 2 nights from now, I've got Al G from Instagram joining me on Sports Cards Live. Sunday night, we'll be doing the Hockey Weekly auction coverage. And Tuesday, I'll be back with my new show called Taking Stock. I teamed up with Dennis Zender. He is PC with DPZ on Instagram and used to do his collector series on the Luca Nation network. But since Luca Nation went away, he's now taken his act over to the Sports Card Dad, and we're streaming to both those channels. That's Tuesday. And then on, and we're going to keep on going and going and going. So thank you, Junk Wax Packs. Thank you, Tom Newman. Good to see you. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Junk Wax Packs. Tom Tag, you're it. Appreciate that, Tom. Good to see you. Adam, thank you as always. Karn, great to have you hanging out with us. You guys hang tight right there if you don't mind. Everyone else, have a great rest of your night. It is late. Have a good weekend. This episode is over.